control of both our fiscal and monetary policies and our country's, shall we say, love for very low interest rates forever.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you get that behind us and we think long term, the purchasing power of the dollar will decline.
Welcome to Thoughtful Money. I'm its founder and your host, Adam Taggart. The Federal Reserve is one of, if not the most significant institutions in the world, given the global impact of its policy decisions. It influences the price of nearly everything, as well as the availability of jobs, the stability of our banking system, and the purchasing power of our money. When the Fed chair speaks, the entire world stops to listen. But the average person has a poor understanding of how this colossally important entity operates, or even why it exists. And after a series of asset price bubbles, which some argue we're in another one now, a chorus skeptical of the Fed's actions has emerged. So today, we're doing our best to shine as bright a light as possible on the Fed, how and why it operates, the good as well as the shortcomings of its actions to date, what directions its policies are likely to take from here, and how all of this impacts the households of regular people just like you and me. We've got the great privilege of speaking today with Thomas Honig, former CEO of the Kansas City Fed, former voting member of the Federal Open Markets Committee, a former director of the FDIC, and now a distinguished senior fellow at the Mercatus Center. Dr. Honig, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you, and thanks for having me. I look forward to
I'm pretty
the
sure this
conversation.
guy's from Iowa.
Thank you. I
actually.
do too. It's a real privilege. I must say too,
I guess I could leave it.
I made the wise or foolish decision to let my viewers know that you were coming on for this interview, Dr. Honig, and invited them to submit questions. And I got buried under the avalanche.
Yeah, Fort Madison.
I lost count as
which
we got
is
near 200 questions.
like
Folks, I pulled as many of those as I
hour-ish
can
south of me.
to ask Dr. Honig here. Please forgive me. I'm not going to get through, even a small fraction of all the questions that were submitted, but I tried to really pull the most representative ones out. I also must say, Dr. Honig, in the commentary that folks submitted, there was an awful lot of praise for you. A lot of folks have read the book, The Lords of Easy Money by Christopher Leonard. You play a big role in that book. Folks really appreciated the role that you played during the great financial crisis, and in terms of doing your best to shape Fed policy there. You were a dissenting voice, which we'll talk about in just a moment.
Sure.
But there were other folks there too in the comments that have some personal connections in one way or other to you. I think one person, their brother had worked with you and just couldn't say nicer things about you. So I wanted to acknowledge that. If I can, let me just read one quote that somebody submitted here too. They said, "Look, I don't have any questions other than thanking him for trying to do the right thing. Unfortunately, more often than not, people, quote, grow a conscience only after they've left a position of power and responsibility. He is the exception." So just want to let you know, you've left a very indelible mark there in the consciousness of a lot of these people. And I'll be transparent, Dr. Honig, this is an audience that spends a lot of time focused on macro. I wouldn't say there are too many Fed lovers in the audience, and that might be for good reasons. It may not be, and we'll hopefully clarify here today.
Sure.
The purpose of this conversation is literally just to try to help people get a better understanding of how the Fed operates and perhaps your own personal point of view on a number of issues. We're not here just to bash away, but there are a lot of skeptics out there. But anyways, you seem to be the exception in their mind. So again, congratulations. So lots and lots of questions. I'll stop rambling and we'll just jump in. If we can start with a very broad question and do your best just to give us the elevator pitch on this. We don't have to go super into it. But at the highest level, why does the Fed exist? What's its purpose?
Well, it has more than one purpose, but the one that we focus on mostly is in the conduct of monetary policy for the United States and to provide liquidity in a consistent manner for the United States over time. And very quickly, in the 19th century, where there was not a central bank of the United States, there was not a Federal Reserve, the country would periodically run into major liquidity crises. There was not enough money. It would flow to the wrong place. And the Federal Reserve was established to help mitigate those liquidity crises. And then it became more and more involved as a creator of money through its so-called open market operations. That is, its ability to buy assets, primarily treasuries or mortgage-backed securities, by actually creating a liability on itself to the banking industry. That is truly creating money. And so that's become kind of the central role, and a very important role, as you mentioned, because it is the provider of increases in the money supply in the U.S. economy, to provide liquidity into the economy. And the goal is to provide greater stability. And that's where some of the disagreements come, as whether they're actually providing more stability or creating instability.
Okay, well, we'll get into that, maybe, unintentionally creating instability rather than creating stability. Let me ask you this. So when you said it was created to help prevent the liquidity crises that we saw in past centuries, we've heard the term sort of lender of last resort.
Correct.
So is that initially why it was created, which was...
Deposits with them. They want to provide liquidity into the economy. And the goal is to provide greater stability. And that's where some of the disagreements come, as whether they're actually providing more stability or creating instability.
Okay, well, we'll get into that, maybe, unintentionally creating instability rather than creating stability. Let me ask you this. So when you said it was created to help prevent the liquidity crises that we saw in past centuries, we've heard the term sort of lender of last resort.
Correct.
So is that initially why it was created, which was when we get near a crisis, then the Fed can, and nobody is willing to lend to each other, the Fed can step in and be that lender of last resort. Was it really sort of created as an emergency measure?
In a sense, yes. It was created because banks have, they make loans. They're an intermediary. They have short-term liabilities and longer-term assets, loans. And so when people become uncertain, or when the economy has an event, could be a war, could be a pandemic, whatever, then people don't want to lend any longer. Banks are unable to lend. People don't want to leave their deposits with them. They want to have it in their hand. And those times created panic. You couldn't get your money, you couldn't make payments. And so the Fed was established to be able to take from the banks and their collateral, that is their loans, put them on there as a security, and then they would make loans to the banks that would give them the cash to make payments to these folks who were uncertain and wanted their cash in their hand. And then when the crisis passed, people would put their money back in the bank, and the bank would repay the loan, and life would go on. The difficulty is that became more and more of a standard operating procedure. And then the Fed learned how to operate its so-called money desk by actually increasing the amount of money on an ongoing basis to provide liquidity into the system to allow the economy to grow and to prosper and to reduce unemployment. And then it became a policy tool, not just for liquidity crises, but for continuing to grow the economy over time. And that's when it shifted to a broader role in the U.S. economy.
Okay, so it did evolve from initially sort of a break glass and kind of emergency role to an ongoing management.
I don't know
side.
what the news was.
If I can say,
to make the
for
market
example,
sell off so hard.
it was the discussion about creating the Fed came after a panic in 1907, when one bank had a difficulty and people became very afraid and wanted to withdraw funds, and we had a liquidity crisis across the country. And the banking industry itself, led by, at that time, Morgan, of J.P. Morgan, found ways to accumulate cash to over time, address that crisis. But people said that's no way to act. That was no way to perform. So we had to create something, and they came together and created the Federal Reserve at that point. And and even creating the Federal Reserve was very controversial. That's why you have a so-called public sector, which is the Board of Governors, and a more private sector, which is the Federal Reserve banks. And there's 12 of those located across the country from Boston, New York, all the way to San Francisco, including Kansas City.
Right, which you ran.
Which I ran for a number of years.
All right. So, so sort of where I was going with this is, so the Fed's role and responsibilities have expanded over time, and some might sort of call that mission creep. I'm not saying necessarily that it is, but you know, it raises the question: is all this needed, or was this just sort of an entity that found itself in a position where it could, you know, increasingly expand its
Can't find a game on SC2
power
anymore.
structure and ability to influence? I guess I'd love to hear any thoughts you have on that, but let me let you give your answer.
Last time I had better luck when I switched,
which is
switched to a lower
what
MMR
is your
account.
current assessment, if that's what the Fed's, you know, mandate was when it was created, and then you know how it's evolved since. What's your assessment of its just level of success to date? You know, like how well has it delivered upon?
I'm gonna try to get a warm up
the mission and the
2v2
hopes
in,
and
but
the
if I can't find a 2v2 within a couple minutes, I'll just
good as
jump
your
into
main
ones.
metric for has it
I'll
been
just
successful?
full send it.
That's a very good and difficult question.
You all done moving, or is that this
track
weekend?
record has been mixed. It is, in some ways and in important ways, responsible for the Great Depression, because during that period when it should have provided more liquidity, it did not provide more liquidity. And so that caused the recession become a depression during that period. It was mixed in the 70s, for example, when we had the great inflation, because the Fed, in its efforts and its desire to provide enough liquidity, provided liquidity on a constant but somewhat inconsistent basis over the decade.
Oh, hell
and that
yeah.
allowed inflation to go from as low as 1 or 2% to 14% when the decade of the 70s ended. And it was
The vast
successful
majority of my
in
stuff
the
is
early
like
2000s
right here
after the
inside
recession
between my
1999,
PC and stuff
because it
and
lowered
what's behind
rates
me.
and provided liquidity, but then it
Other than
went
that,
on
it's like
too long.
my bed,
And it
my
created
clothes,
a,
some like
asset bubbles
cooking
that,
stuff, plates,
and housing
that
boom
kind of
and
shit.
so forth, that finally erupted in the great financial recession of 2008, 2009. And then it, again, from reacting to that, created too much liquidity going into the next decade, which allowed its balance sheet to get out of hand,
I'll show
distorted
you.
the distribution of wealth in the nation. So it has helped provide
My desk is
liquidity
actually
into the
2
markets
desks.
that has allowed the markets to grow over time, but also it has also created volatility.
Like this is one, and then this is a separate whole desk. I just put it sideways to make kind of an L here.
Yeah, periodically over those years, which is why I say its track record is mixed. And I think we have to acknowledge that. And I think the Federal Open Market Committee, the Federal Reserve, has full discretionary authority to conduct monetary policy. So it's its judgment that dictates whether it increases or decreases the amount of money or liquidity into the system. And there probably, in my opinion, needs to be some boundaries put around that to where they can't do it beyond a certain point without making it a political event,
Why can't I view the next one?
and having to go to Congress for permission to stay outside the boundaries, which I think would bring more discipline to the process.
Okay, excellent. You're heading in towards territory that I'm looking to ask you some questions on, which is great. And I do want to put a pin in your point there about spurring wealth disparity through its policies. It's something I talk a lot about on this channel.
Look at all that
and,
C4,
I'm
all those
just
old
giving you a
C4
heads up. I'm definitely
purchases.
going to ask you some questions about that in a little bit. All right, so just getting back to sort of how you currently look at the landscape.
This is
I'm
the one I
curious
have.
to hear what your current assessment of the macro situation that we find ourselves in right now.
I got it because it was like the deepest desk I could find. It's almost 40 inches in depth.
With the
because I wanted more.
Given
I wanted
how you
more
evaluate
space,
the current
like
macro situations,
out this way,
are the
you know?
Fed's current policies?
Because
the
I used
right
to always
ones?
feel like my monitors and everything were so close.
Well, for the moment, I think that they are the right ones.
It's been pretty good though.
They went on.
I
With
think
easy
when I got
monetary
it, it
policy
was on
too
sale for
long
like
after the
$199.
pandemic. And that created the
Something
very
like
high
that.
inflation rates that have been very harmful, I think, to the U.S. economy. Now, part of that was supply disruptions, but a big part of it was growing their balance sheet from less than $4 trillion to $9 trillion in about
Yeah,
a year.
that's the
So
exact
we
reason
had
I got
9%
this one
inflation.
because of its
So since
dimensions.
then, they've raised rates from
That was like the only thing I
literally
was looking for.
nearly
I think I even
0 to 25
Googled
basis
like
points to
large or
5.25%,
looked
and
up on
that
Amazon
has
like
helped
large
bring
desk or something
the
like that.
inflation levels down,
Hell yeah.
as well as supply has also been improved, but so has constricting the excess demand that was created with this very, very accommodative monetary policy and liquidity creation. So
All right,
they have done
we're
that,
humping
and
into
that,
a 1v1.
was too late in one sense, but at least they got it
I'm going to
done
try to
and
get
got
used to
inflation
this
back
razor
to
wrist
at least
rest.
3%.
Like I was
It
saying
needs to
last
be
time,
lower
it's a
than
little too
that,
tall.
I would say.
It's
So
like
right now,
quarter
they're,
inch too
they're,
tall.
following, I think, a pretty good policy. They're in debates. Everyone's talking about the fact that they're going to lower rates in June. They even themselves talked about cutting rates in the fourth quarter of last year. That has been, I think,
TVZ.
counterproductive. But now they are
I haven't played this
in a
map yet.
dilemma.
Got a
Because
new map
everyone's now
pool.
expecting rates to be cut in June, but the conditions are that we're kind of in an inflationary recycle. Inflation's been up the last 2 months. We saw recent data coming out where inflation is up, commodity prices are up, wages are up, services prices are up, housing is up.
Not enough
So
minerals.
now they have a dilemma. They're going to have to at least stay where they are if they don't raise rates, and they have indicated they're not going to raise rates, but they at least should not be cutting rates until inflation is much closer, at least to the 2% target. I call it their.
I
it's
turned my
their time to
graphics
walk
setting
the
up a little
tightrope.
bit too.
Additional
Do they?
supply
Do they?
So things
do
should
they
look a little
give in to the
shinier.
pressures of Wall Street and others to lower
Not
rates,
enough minerals.
or do they say no? Inflation has to be brought back down, and we're going to see it through. And that's their dilemma.
I hope they stay
and I hope
strong
they
on
stay
inflation.
and see it through to bringing inflation back down.
Yeah, me and
Because
Tom on the same
otherwise,
page.
Inflation will reignite, and they will have a bigger problem 2 years from now.
Okay, I have a zinger of a follow-up question, but I'm going to wedge something in it beforehand, which is, okay, so we have interest rates up now above 5%, right? A lot of people, at least that I talked to on this channel, 2 years ago when this all started, this whole hiking regime started, said, yeah, there's no way they're ever going to even get above 3%. The economy just can't handle it. Right? We got so much debt now, right? I guess one question is well, so many ways I could take that,
Not
but I guess the
enough
key question I
minerals.
want to ask is, do you think that Powell's sort of dovish pivot, at least in terms of the guidance he's been giving, right, that in mid-December, he sort of surprised everybody. We went from not even talking about rate cuts to, oh yeah, sure,
Command
we're probably
center
going to do something here.
insufficient. Rescue gas.
Do you think that shift in the visible bias towards cutting now is coming from confidence, where if you listen to his press conferences, Powell says, well, we don't want to wait until inflation gets down to 2 because there's all this momentum behind our hiking regime, and then inflation could get quote unquote too low, lower than we want. So we got to start cutting earlier. Do you think it's due to confidence like that, or is it due to fear that the lag effect of this higher cost of capital on the economy, the longer we stay up at these high rates, we start getting into the danger of debt defaults or corporate earnings constriction as companies and households hit the maturity wall?
Well, it's probably a combination, but certainly there was this strong view that inflation was under control, that it was coming down rapidly, that we've been successful,
Add-on complete.
and therefore we can think about that.
Sorry to interrupt, but just so you can include this in your answer, but I mean, he's not ignorant of the 70s, right? As you
Correct.
said, it ping-ponged around.
Correct.
You don't want to have hubris around this, right? Because we saw what happened last time.
Well, exactly, and that's the second part of it is he is very, I think, legacy conscious. I'm putting words in his mouth, but I'm saying legacy conscious. That he does not want to be known as Arthur Burns, who allowed inflation to ignite. He wants to be more in the
Command center upgrade
viewed as
complete.
a Volcker-like person who took strong actions and brought it down. So that's where his bias was. But he also does not want to have a renewed recession that would bring a great deal of unhappiness on Wall Street and perhaps in the markets
Add-on
more generally.
complete.
He doesn't want to see
Our
unemployment go up, and
SCVs
therefore
are
he's
under attack.
anxious to say we've won the inflation fight, so now we can start assuring that the economy doesn't fall into recession because of the high policies and therefore we cut it. So he's in that dilemma, and he has to work his way through it, and so does the FOMC. My view is, and I wrote on this, that
Not
the
enough
70s
energy.
is more likely to repeat itself if you get too confident too soon. And I even said when they were talking about this in December that if you look at this consumer price index, since June, since they stopped raising rates, it has not fallen really much below 3%. Before has been clearly 3%. So why are they talking about cutting rates?
Right.
They weren't. It wasn't as if they were coming down from 3 to 2.5. They were staying around that 3% range, and they should have been more cautious in their words and actions, to where they're not in this position of, well, if they don't raise rate in June, people are
Base
really
is
going
under
to have
attack.
a market tantrum. So now they're in a tighter spot than they would have otherwise have been.
Upgrade complete.
It's a tough job, and you make those choices.
Not
And
enough
the desire
energy.
to reassure that we're going to have a soft landing somehow got ahead of itself.
So let me ask this. Look, obviously,
Base is under
you tell
attack.
me, but you know better than I, but obviously I don't think any Fed chair would ever say, hey folks, we're going into a recession, right? We need a recession, and I think we're going into it. We're trying to eat it, or even worse, we're trying to engineer one, right? Because then everybody would price that in, you instantly get the recession, right?
Base is under
But let me ask you this. The Fed and our fiscal and political authorities, they, from my vantage point, they just seem to want eternal summer. Right?
Yay.
Like every time there seems to be, a hint that the business cycle wants to actually go into a downturn, which is natural, we act like it's this abomination and must be
Felt really
suppressed
slow
at
there.
all costs.
I'm going to
right?
attribute it partly to that stupid wrist rest. I can't do that one. It's just too tall.
Is that true, or am I overstating it unfairly? But it seems that they just don't want the business cycle to happen anymore. But that is the natural way of things. That's what clears out the malinvestment, right? So why don't we, like you said he doesn't want to,
Right.
stay too high too long and cause a recession, but really, shouldn't at some point we say, look, that's part of it. Yeah, we need to have a recession. Maybe let's try to manage it so it's not terrible. But yeah, let's have a clearing out cycle from time to time.
Well,
TVP.
very good point. But here's the difficulty. We policymakers, whether it's a committee or a chairman by himself, they are prone to want to have good outcomes, and good outcomes are defined as low unemployment and low inflation both. But the bias is towards low employment. And what we had in this country for generations was
Not enough
we were on
minerals.
perhaps an inefficient so-called gold standard, but the main point of that was it was a rule. You had to be able to redeem and make good, and that became the discipline.
Right.
But we gave that up in 1971, and we made the policy choices now fully discretionary.
Additional supply depots
The
required.
committee gets to decide, Congress on monetary policy, Congress on fiscal policy.
Not enough minerals.
And the politics of it is we want to make our public happy with us. And the way to do that is to have full employment and a good economy. And you think about that in terms of always the short term, always looking towards full employment, which then leads you to make these mistakes and not allow the markets to clear. That if
Remember
you
that time I
are
switched scenes?
have too much stimulus, you'll create inflation. You'll have a need to really tighten down and create a recession. And that and part of monetary policy's challenge is the political side of things, fiscal policy. Because in the pandemic, we increased our spending in 1 year between 2019 and 2020, 50%. So we moved from $4.5 trillion to about $6 trillion. I'm rounding numbers here, but in 1 year, and then we kept it there. So the national debt increased
Insufficient
from that period of around 24 trillion over time to now it's 34
under
trillion.
attack. Command center
And
upgrade
a big part of
complete.
that was the Federal Reserve enabling it. Because
Yeah, I know.
the Federal Reserve bought
I don't know who
a
hit
good
sell.
deal of that debt
Yep.
and put it on its balance sheet and printed the money to do that. So in an effort to make sure that no one suffered from the pandemic, they engaged. in those
I
very
woke up
strong
and the
fiscal
market was
stimulus,
at like
very strong monetary
445
But the
something.
problem was
And then I
worst of
looked
the
up again
economies
and it was at like
was
338 and I was like,
fall
whoa, or
2020.
438.
the fall, not the winter, not the following year, the fall. And yet
Add-on
the stimulus
complete.
programs, infrastructure spending, chip spending.
I'm liking it though,
manufacturing,
'cause I'm short the NASDAQ.
subsidized chip manufacturing.
My cost
spending,
basis is
infrastructure
442.
It's still
The Federal
I
ongoing.
initially did it
And the
last
Federal
week at
Reserve
about
was buying
445, but then I sold
120 on
more at like
average,
$440.
$120 billion of debt every month. And so you're putting all this new printed money into the system, and it of course created asset trouble. We saw housing more than double. We saw the stock market boom. We saw all these assets, even commodities. And then, okay, so we increased interest rates to bring inflation down after it got to 9%. And we're sitting there saying, well, we'll do it. We'll bring it down. It's coming down. That's good. So now we don't.
Yeah,
have
I
to
don't know
worry
what the
about it so
news
much.
is. Do you?
But the fiscal side is still
Like, why is it
spending.
selling
They're
off so
borrowing
hard?
more than ever, and the Federal Reserve has to stay there and say, "Am I going to allow this to continue?" Well, they're saying no, but right now there's a lot of excess liquidity still in the marketplace, and so that's what's funding the government debt and the private sector. But that's going to go away, and that's when the challenge will come back to the central bank. Are you going to monetize the debt some more, or are you going to hold firm and force the Congress to pull back spending? And are we going to suffer a recession at that
Command
point?
center
And that will be the hard point for both
Add-on
the
complete.
Congress and for the Federal Reserve. That to this date they've been able to finesse through, but that I don't think that's going to last.
Okay, so when I mentioned I had a zinger of a follow-up question, this was it. Which is you said that at least at this snapshot moment in time, you think the Fed's policies are about right for where we are. My follow-up was going to be, well, what
Mineral
about a
field
fiscal
depleted.
policy?
It needs
Your forces
serious
are under
work.
attack.
It needs serious work. We're going to run $1 trillion deficit. We're going to run more than we're going to have $1 trillion of interest payments.
Right.
At $2 trillion deficit.
Why could I not click those? That was some
That's
fucking
not
bullshit.
Sustainable over time period. By that, here's what I mean by that, though. It doesn't mean we're going to fall off a cliff. We're the United States. We have a lot of
Your forces
a lot of
under
industrial
attack.
capacity to keep going.
I could
But
not
here's what
click
happens.
that probe line.
When you do that, to fund that debt, two things happen. You have three possible buyers of the debt: foreign interest, domestic interest, and the Federal Reserve. And we know that foreign interests they're kind of pulling back. They have enough U.S. dollars,
Yeah.
trillions of them. The domestic side, they've picked it up. Money markets are now buying, with all this excess liquidity, they're buying some of the debt.
Right. Well, and they love the short-term rates.
And they love the short-term rate. So what used to be an excess of their money that the Fed pulled out, which was $2.5 trillion, is now less than $0.5 trillion. So that's coming down. And the banking industry has also moderated its own holdings of it, allowing the money markets to take that. But then that leaves the Fed. And the Fed says, well, we're not going to buy any more of your government debt for now. And so that means that it has to go more and more from the private sector, right? They have to lend to the government, the private sector in the U.S. And over time, as that extra liquidity that was sitting in those money markets goes away, it's going to have to come from others. And that means private sector borrowers are going to have to start competing with the government for those funds unless the Federal Reserve starts to print money. And that's when the challenge comes. And I think
Yes, okay.
Because of all the excess
I was gonna say,
liquidity
I
that was
read
already
some
there, we
headlines
avoided
that
the
showed
nerve-wracking
they
defeat
were
lies ahead. And so when I say
that
the
some
Fed is
Fed
doing
presidents were
okay,
speaking.
they're trying to bring.
So I was like,
inflation
maybe it
down
was
and have
something
rates
one
up.
of them said.
But the federal government is still borrowing far more than the private sector over time can fund for without causing interest rates to rise and hard times become more likely in the future.
All right, so how
That was a
does-
pretty scrappy
How do
game.
the monetary and fiscal heads dance together, if at all, right? So do they coordinate, or is the Fed
Kashkari.
looking at the Treasury rate now and saying,
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like people should have already understood that. I think, like, they've said time and time again, like, we're not going to cut if it's 1 or 2 months of decent data. We're going to need to see like 6 months, like at least a quarter to 2 quarters of consistent data saying we should cut before we actually cut. That's one of the reasons I felt like I was still fine getting short, because like last week when it started to chop around between like its high of 449 and like 445 ish, I was like, yeah, I'll take it. It's a fairly small position, but I was like, I'll take a little starter here. My initial starter was only 25 shares, and then the next day I added to it about the same cost and went to 50. And then earlier this morning, not this morning, but a little after I got up, I saw the market at like 446 or 445. Yeah, it was about 446 on the QQQ. And then it started coming down, so I was like, I was still kind of asleep. I was like, I'll add a little more. So then I went up to 150 shares short, and my cost basis now is 442, because that biggest add at the end was at like just a touch above 440. But yeah, I feel like people should have already kind of understood
in
that,
Congress and saying,
unless
"Guys,
they
what are
thought
you
the
doing?
Fed was on
Like, you're
bullshit,
making my
which
job a lot
maybe they were
harder."
trying to call bullshit.
Well, whenever Chairman Powell is asked that question, he says, "Well, we don't do fiscal policy. That's their issue. We have to watch our monetary policy," and that's a fine answer if what he means by that is we're not going to monetize the debt.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope he's saying, at least in private, to the Secretary of the Treasury, to members of Congress, to members of the Senate, please, if you guys don't get your act together and get this debt under control, you're going to put us in a very difficult position, because we cannot monetize your debt without causing inflation to reignite, and we are not going to do
race
that.
was this
That's not
guy?
our job. If he's saying that,
Zerd.
then more power to him. I don't know what he's saying. I hope he's saying that. But then the time will come when that has to be addressed, and he's going to have
Not enough
both political
minerals.
parties yelling at him. He's going to have a lot of unemployed people yelling at him when they should be yelling at the Congress for bad policies for over a decade.
A decade. Well, so if you're saying, this
decade,
story
probably like
sort
2
of hinges
decades.
on Congress's willingness to change its tune, I don't live in the
Additional supply
Beltway.
depots.
You've been closer to that world than I have, but I have extremely
enough
little
minerals.
optimism that they're going to do that proactively, simply because I
Not
don't
enough
see
minerals.
anybody with the political desire or courage to get up there and basically promote austerity.
Yeah, and you're right. I don't see it either. There's no, I mean, in the prior to the great financial crisis, there was an attempt, bipartisan, and Simpson Bowles was the two senators, bipartisan. They put a very good plan together, and people, at least in the Congress, were talking to one another, both sides of the aisle, and it couldn't pass. So now you have a more strident environment. I don't see it passing either. So that means we will put the Fed under more pressure. Interest rates will probably rise. And it's not necessarily go off a cliff. That's a possibility. But here's the other thing. Even the Congressional Budget Office, looking ahead,
Not enough
is
minerals.
projecting that our national debt in 10 years will be greater than $50 trillion, where it is today,
Yikes.
34, 35. And they're also, and here's the most important point, are projecting that our real growth rate, which is our
Insufficient
real
command
ability to
center
create
upgrade
wealth for the
complete.
nation, will fall from an average rate of 2.2 to 2.3% to 1.8%. Now, over that period, that means there's $1 trillion of real wealth lost in our economy because of our bad policies. And that's in 1 decade. So if you don't correct it between now and then, or you don't correct it at least after then you become a poorer nation over time. And think about it. Think of other nations in the past who were leading global economic powerhouses. When they engaged in foolish policies,
Insufficient
or
Vespine gas.
shall we say undisciplined policies, they didn't stay global powerhouses forever. And it may take 50, 75 years, but it's inevitable. And that's the part when they say it's not sustainable. It's not next year. It's not 2 years from now. It may not even 5 or 6 or 7 years from now. But over time, we slow our ability to create real wealth and make ourselves poor and our next generation poor. And it's not just the Congress. I will tell you, I've given speeches all over the country. They say,
Unacceptable landing zone.
Tom, we have this deficit. We have to address it. I said,
Command
you're right.
center.
And so we're going to have to deal with our taxes and our spending. And for example, we have a retirement age of 67, one time 65, 67 for Social Security. It needs to be at least 70. And the reaction is, oh my gosh, you can't do that. And then I go to the housing market and they say, well, we got this deficit. We have to take care of it. And I said, yes, we do, but we have to eliminate some of the subsidies for housing because it's reducing tax revenue. They say, oh, you can't do that to us. Then go to agriculture. So until we have leadership in this country that says we
Our
have a
SCVs
problem,
Not enough
it's
minerals.
going to take shared sacrifice. And if we do that, we can solve the problem. And it can be done. And it can be done by the two parties. Because when Clinton was in office and Newt Gingrich was the Speaker of the House, they came up with a compromise of both spending cuts, tax increases. And no one likes tax increases, certainly not me. But here's a compromise.
Not
And
enough
by the end
minerals.
of that decade, we had a surplus
Not enough
internationally.
energy.
Yeah. So it's doable, but it takes cooperation, and it takes a sense of sharing of sacrifice. If
Our
I'm
SCVs
saying
are under attack.
you in housing, you have to pay more, or you in this area, agriculture, you have to pay more, not me, well then it falls apart. You lose trust and you lose
Research
confidence in
complete.
the process. That's very,
Not
very
enough
costly
energy.
to your national wealth over the future.
All right. I totally follow and agree with the logic, and I'm sad because you're validating a lot of my assumptions of how things do currently work in DC. It's sort of a political NIMBYism, certainly when it comes to cuts, right? Which is like, yes, everybody can agree that the debt seems like a problem in the future, but nobody wants to be the one to suffer the cuts for it.
Base
I
is
think one of the
under
bigger
attack.
problems we have right now too is
Our SCVs are
the
under
current
attack.
cohorts of folks in Congress have their whole professional careers, the pie has continually grown. So what they know how to do is distribute an ever-growing pie.
Not
They
enough
don't know how to
minerals.
deal with the shrinking pie, where you say no to people and you have to tighten your belt, right? So I don't even know right now if they're even thinking about arguing about potential cuts, because I think their mindset is still how do we grow the pie. And I do wonder, and this is one of my questions to you, in the pandemic, it feels like we kind of crossed a line that we hadn't been willing to cross before by sending direct payments to households. How big a deal was that? Like, is that a huge deal? Okay, because it seems like the next time things get rocky, the clamoring from both Congress and from the constituents is, hey, yeah, time to send those checks
Not
again.
enough minerals.
Well, and it's
Not
still
enough
carrying forward. I mean, we have a bipartisan, the only bipartisan
Oh, fuck.
bill I could
I
talk
thought I sent
about
these all the way
today
in.
is we have a bipartisan bill that would both continue the child tax credit and continue
Not
lower
enough minerals.
keeping taxes low on certain
Not
investments,
enough minerals.
gov- business
Not
spending.
enough
So
minerals.
the only agreement is, yes, we're going to increase our debt more so we can allow for these benefits to these two different groups. And so I think that's part of it. Now, to your point about the pandemic, part of the reason for that is in the great financial crisis, there was a bailout. But the bailout was to
Add-on
a
complete.
certain group, the largest banks. Well, and to
Not
the
enough
wealthiest, right?
minerals.
Because when you have zero interest rates
Not
and
enough
asset values go
minerals.
up, only those who have assets benefit. So you had this period where you
Mineral
actually redistributed
Our
wealth
SCP
to the wealthy.
is under attack.
And the resentment among the American people was
Upgrade
horrendous, and
complete.
understandably so. So now we have the pandemic, and you can understand why, well, we're not going to do that again. We're going to make sure everyone gets it. And that's what they did. And okay, that's fine if we understand it as a pandemic and it cannot continue. But apparently we haven't understood that. And we continue to
Market's closed.
spend very substantially. You know, the increase in spending have moderated. So we increased to 50%, it stayed that level, and it continues to stay that level and increase modestly. But it will increase more aggressively with the interest payments on the debt. We have national defense to take care of. Our entitlements programs, which is 2/3 of the budget, are indexed. So we have all these things to take care of, so that has to continue to grow.
Is under attack.
And that means we have to borrow more and more because we're not going to increase taxes either, we argue. And I have argued somewhat, shall we say, from my point of view, that I think Republicans and
Additional supply
Democrats
depots.
play
Mineral
off of one
field
another
depleted.
for their own benefit. For example, Democrats want to spend more, and they know they can't get the Republicans to agree to tax increases to fund the spending. So they spend it anyway. But on the other hand, Republicans know that they want to keep taxes low, understandably so, but they won't be able to stop the spending increases. So they stand in kind of a stalemate
Not
that the
enough
only thing that
minerals.
happens is the debt goes up.
Is under attack.
So we both spend more and we don't increase taxes. And our future generations will suffer the wealth.
All right, so you're singing from my song sheet a lot here, Dr. Honig, about the diminishment of the prospects for the future of society
enough energy.
and for
Does he not
the
have a
wealth
third
disparity
still?
because, you know, yes, we
If so,
bailed
we're
out
in
the wealthy
perfect shape.
during the Great Financial
I
Crisis,
don't want to start building
but we
that.
bailed out the wealthy in the pandemic crisis as well. And you know, really, what did we end up? Yes, those checks to households help, but what was the cost of that,
Not
right? The
enough
cost of that
minerals.
was a huge rise in the cost of living, right? And now those checks are gone, but the higher cost of living remains,
still
right?
there.
So, but it goosed asset prices, right? So again, the wealthy are doing just great, and the bottom 80+% are left with a worse situation than they had before, right? So you still have the same outcome, right, in both scenarios. And I do want to, I do want to actually again dig into that even a little bit more in
Base
terms of
is under attack.
how corrosive you feel that is, how concerned that you think you are,
Mineral field.
because when your populace basically begins to give up on their future, you know, nothing good comes from that. You're nodding as I'm saying this. But before we get into that, I do want to ask you this question. So we talked about, you know, the mixed record that the Fed has. You talked about the current fiscal policy, which you think is on the wrong track, heading in the wrong direction. Let's just play for a minute here and say everybody decides that Dr. Honig should be calling the shots. What reforms would be at the top of your list?
Well, the first thing I would do is, depending on how you want to go about it, but I would go to the Treasury and I would say, I want an analysis of
Add-on
all of our
complete.
spending, all the government spending, and I want a group, and they can do it
Add-on
cooperatively
complete.
with the Congress, both parties, so we have a full government involved in this, and we start prioritizing,
Not enough minerals.
truly prioritizing what is most important, and whether we're willing to pay for it out of current dollars, not out of future dollars that we have to borrow today. but out of current, and not out of printing money that inflates us. And I want the priorities listed. And then I want us to explain that to the American people. And
Not
here's
enough
the real
minerals.
important part of it. And that means entitlements are on the table as well. And subsidies are on the table. And I
Not
want you to
enough
go through it,
minerals.
and we have to make systematic
Not enough
cuts.
minerals.
And then I want to know where we can reasonably increase taxes, because it's going to have to be both sides, otherwise you won't have bipartisan agreement. But not so much that we destroy the productive capacity of Americans. That is, people would be discouraged of that. We penalize. So
This
I
guy's
want that
big
done,
dead.
and I want it done in a certain period of time, 4 months, 5 months. I mean, that means really hard work.
Yep.
And then I want to go out to the American
Insufficient
people,
Vespine gas.
and I want to explain this. And this is how we're going to proceed. Here's the areas that are going to be cut. Here's what we expect. Yes, some people will suffer, some people will not as much, but it won't be because we favored them. It's because here's how the cuts work out.
Insufficient
But
Vespine
it
gas.
will be shared sacrifice, and we're going to implement
Not
these
enough minerals.
systematically.
GGE.
And in the long run, we will be well served.
Yeah, his
by it.
third
Now,
was way late.
explaining long run will be one of the major challenges. That is, we cannot afford to see our real growth rate fall from 2.3, 2.4 to 1.5% because we will all lose. And here's how. So that has to be explained. And that's an enormous task. I realize that. But it has been done elsewhere, and it can be done here as well. But it has to be, people willing to talk, not hating one another, but willing to talk about how we make this work. It's a huge task, but that's the only way we will solve this problem. The other way we will do it is if we do encounter a off-the-cliff crisis and no one accepts our debt anymore, our foreign sector and the Fed can print it and it just inflates us into nothingness, then that will force us to do some hard choices. But that means it won't be as fair as doing it in a systematic, calm manner that we have time to do now.
What scared you?
Those are our choices. And whether we like it or not, those are our choices. And I hope that Jay Powell and other leaders in Congress and the Treasury are willing to talk and recognize that as they talk to one another today.
Well, I hope you're right. I'm more of a pessimist. I sadly, I think it's more of just a realist.
Oh,
which is that,
yeah, it was really loud. I
you're
forgot.
familiar with the
A lot of
field
times I don't
behavioral
have my
economics, where
charting
just the
platform
revolutionary
open
wiring and how we are culturally,
on my
all that
main
stuff.
PC. I only have it
we
open on
tend
the
to
other
not
one. So
have
when it
to
went off, I was like,
say something
Jesus.
tough until we're forced to, right? And there's that famous Winston Churchill quote about Americans, right? Which is, we'll do the right thing, but only after we've exhausted every other opportunity, right?
Yeah.
So sadly, a lot like the guy who doesn't change his diet until he has the first heart
Silver
attack.
kind of
you know,
broke out the last couple days.
Probably take some of these issues. Look, I hope you're right, and Dr. Honig, you've got my vote to be, interim emperor and make all this stuff happen. I assume in your formula there, the goal would be to be running at a budget surplus again at some point.
Well, I think I would be satisfied, given the depth of the problem, if we could get our debt growth to fall substantially below our national income growth, our real national income, our real debt growth growing substantially below, so that we do over time grow out of it without sacrificing so much of our productivity and our real wealth down the road. So
Haven't played this
I
map
don't want
yet.
it to be, kind of
Another
hard.
TBZ.
Paul. I don't want it to be so shocking that we
Not
go into a
enough
major
minerals.
crisis.
Not
But
enough
it has to
minerals.
be where we have confidence that we will grow out of it, not in 100 years, but in 20, 25 years at max. And I will tell you, in the last time we did this, in the 90s, I think, I got my dates, it was done more quickly than people thought it would be done.
Additional
Right.
supply depots
So
required.
if you really do it, you can be successful.
Not enough
But
minerals.
like you, I'm more of a realist
enough
because we've
minerals.
actually grown farther apart, and it's more difficult for us, the parties, to talk to one another. and therefore it's more difficult to get this solution through.
Well, and also, sadly, it's just not the playbook, right? We had those aberrant few years you talked about, but it's really since the early 80s, we have grown our debt far faster than we've grown our GDP. So everybody alive who's in the system has been, like, that playbook has to be tossed out. We have to have new people brought in who think differently. I mean, it's a big ask. I like you, I hope we do it, but.
Right. And unfortunately, how many people tell me, well, we've had this deficit for this long, we haven't had any major crisis from it. Why are you telling us this? And I keep saying, it's not necessarily falling off the cliff. It's a death by 1,000 cuts, and suddenly you've bled to death. And
Right.
that's what I tell them. Think about how, can a household survive if all they use is their credit card and they think they don't ever have to pay it back? No. And we can't. Governments have a longer period, they have a longer life, but it holds for them, I think,
Command center
over
upgrade
time
complete.
as well.
Okay. Dr. Hoenig, we are hardly going to
Not
make a
enough
dent
minerals.
in these questions, which hopefully just means at some point we can have you back on and continue to go through them at some point in the future. First off, thank you for giving us your time and giving us such phenomenal answers here. I am going to keep you for another 10 minutes or
that's
so
kind
if I can.
Cute
But
little path.
I just want to let everybody know that, yeah, I'm looking at the tip of the iceberg here with 10 minutes left.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Let's see here.
Insufficient vacuum gas.
I'm going to ask you, these may not be in any real linear order, but they're just questions that folks are really interested in. All right, so one's about housing. We're at basically record unaffordability in the housing
Right.
market right now, and many see the Fed as being a central reason for that, for having inflated housing prices by ZIRP, right? Making it really cheap to borrow to get into a house initially, by then buying just gobs and gobs of mortgage-backed securities to support the
Add-on.
natural clearing of that marketplace.
Landing zone. Command
And
center upgrade complete.
so anyways, I guess any thoughts you have about the Fed's role in housing and what you see as the future of the housing market here now that it's kind of locked up with mortgage rates at 7% and now available only to the wealthy that can afford it, and so many folks are priced out now.
Well, I think the point is a well-made point. I think zero interest rates contributed to asset inflation. They kept telling me, Tom, there's no inflation. I'm saying inflation comes in different forms, and asset inflation is a form of inflation. And we've
Add-on
made housing
complete.
much more expensive, and we think we're helping out with zero interest rates. And I'm saying, well, if you can't afford the down payment because the price of the house has gone up so much, the low interest rate won't make it more affordable. And so you have to get the price of housing stabilized. And once you get it stabilized, the equilibrium rate of interest isn't zero. It's just not. I mean, I wish it were, but it's not. It creates distortions in the market. It creates inflation that we see in housing. So we have to have interest rates that are going to be much higher than 25 basis points. And in the 50s and 60s, during those periods of low inflation, the what I'll call the market rate of interest was probably in the 6% range.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we
Research
go back
complete.
to 25 or 50 basis points or 200 basis points on a loan for a house of 30 years, we are going to see housing prices shoot up again and become less affordable over time. So I totally agree that we need to stabilize that market going forward. We will have a very maldistribution of wealth as fewer people can really afford it unless the government pays for it, and then the debt goes up and we have inflation at that way. So there's no simple, no easy answer to that problem in the future.
Okay, so I listened to your answers here, Dr. Hoenig, and they're just eminently reasonable, right? Like, I feel like you see the world very similar to the way that I do, very similar to the way that most of the viewers of this channel do. And maybe this is a slightly uncomfortable question to answer. I'm not asking you to name names or anything, but you were a dissenting voice in your time on the FOMC. So what is it about everybody else around that table that is making decisions that aren't as common sense as reasonable, as you're saying here? Are they the out-of-touch academics that some of them point them to? Is it just the evils of groupthink, that you get a lot of people around a table and they get stupider than they are individually? Or are there political pressures, even though folks say the Fed is political? Like, why don't they just think rationally the way that you do?
Well, I don't have a really good answer to that. I would say part of it is when money's involved, politics is involved. And there is a lot of pressure on the Fed to think short term as well, although they're supposed to be independent so they can think long term, but there's a lot of pressure to think short term. And I think
pressure from whom? Is it the administration calling them?
Congress, from labor, who misunderstand, I think, some of those issues. From Wall Street, for sure. They're very short-term thinkers in many ways. So those are part of it. Part of it is experience. They're academics. You have this theory, and you work with it and so forth. One of the reasons that I dissented was experience. I was around in the crisis of the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, you were involved in cleaning it up, right?
I was very much involved. It was a mess, and part of it was I saw what this we have to stimulate. Yes, inflation's rising, but we can't have unemployment. We'll take care of it later. That came through until we had this crisis. And in this country, in the 80s, over 1,600 commercial banks failed. It was disastrous for communities. And I'm saying short term has a price. And I witnessed the price. So when we came back to when I was dissenting, I said, there's a price for this. You're pushing the rates to zero. That's not a sustainable rate. We should all know that. And we've had it since 2008. We're entering 2010 with it. And you want to increase zero even more. I said, that's only going to turn out poorly. And in fact, the following decade, our productivity levels were half of what they were in the 90s. Wages didn't increase, real wages didn't increase at all. And so I said, learn from experience. Wisdom is partly your education, yes, but partly it's experience. And don't ignore your experience. And so I've seen it now twice, going on 3 times. We have to begin to think a little bit more long-term, both at the FOMC table and in the Congress of the United States.
Is the short-termism more because of hubris and we just got to do something now? Or is it more sort of, hey, this will solve the problem now, and by the time the chickens come home to roost, I'm not here anymore. That's somebody else's problem.
Again, some of both. Some of it is, and here's the most common theme I heard at the FOMC table. We have to do something now. We can and we will take care of it later. This hope above reality. In the Congress, I think it's more of short-term thinking. I got to get reelected. I want to make people happy. On Wall Street is, I want to be rich now, and I'll let someone else pay for it later.
Yep.
So all those motives come in, put pressure. But my view with the Federal Reserve was supposedly made independent to think long term, and it allowed itself to be captured by the short term. And an old central bank, when I was first named president, said, Tom, your job as a central banker is to take care of the long run so the short run can take care of itself. And that's what we have to remember.
If only more folks there thought like you, like that. All right, let's see. Let me ask you this.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
What do you see as the long-term outlook for the purchasing power of the dollar and other fiat currencies, for that matter? We talked about removing the dollar from the gold standard, kind of remove the last discipline, the break on the system. So obviously, since then, all that's happened is the purchasing power of the dollar has declined even faster. and the dollar is
enough
doing better than
minerals.
most other fiat currencies.
Right.
So, I mean, are we just staring at the end game here, and it's just going to, continue to play out like this, or is there potential for something else?
Well, unless we change our ways, we will continue
Mineral
to
field
value the
depleted.
dollar.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
And I tell people, yes, but, they say, well, on the international level, the dollar's strong. And I say, yes, if you're grading on the curve, which we are,
Insufficient
with
Vespene
currencies,
gas.
because they're all fiat currencies. If you're grading on the curve, yes, we're still
Command center upgrade
getting good
complete.
grades in
Insufficient
terms of the
Vespene
relative
gas.
value.
Upgrade
But if you
complete.
grade on the absolute, you're getting the net. Because the value, when you look at the prices, it's really
Insufficient
striking.
Vespene gas.
Decades of stable prices until
Insufficient
after World War
Vespene
II,
gas.
until after 1971, when we went off the gold standard. And I tell people, you have to be careful because it had its cost to it.
Insufficient.
Since then, the price index has gone up exponentially. Not gradually, but it has just taken off.
Command center upgrade.
And that's, I don't see how that future changes unless we get control of both fiscal and monetary policy and countries, shall we say, love for very low interest rates forever. And unless you get that behind us and we think long term, the value, the purchasing value of dollars. That explains in part why cryptocurrencies have had their rise in the world, because people perceive that the government on their mining machines behind it where it can't just explode.
Right.
Whether that lasts forever, who knows? But that's one reason I think they have had their power.
All right, so I'm just going to let folks know I've got tons of questions about your thoughts on Bitcoin, your thoughts on gold, your thoughts on moving to a digital dollar, your thoughts on central bank digital currencies, your thoughts on competing currency from a BRIC standpoint. Will the dollar ever be backed by something? I think we're going to have to just leave all those for hopefully the next time you're on this channel, because it's unfair to ask you to address those in just a minute or two. I am going to ask you two unfair questions to address in just a minute or two that we could probably have a whole hour discussion on each. The first is just any sort of parting comments you want to have about this growing wealth disparity. This has been an issue for a long time, and Fed policy, I think, has played a role in it. I'm going to say for decades. I think it got ramped up even more given what happened during COVID and the response we had there. We talked about why earlier. There's some people who look at the Fed policies and say, hey, these are contributing to wealth inequality here, and they're frustrated by that. There are other people who look at the policies and say, hey, that's the plan, right? And this is more sort of the mustache twirling. There's an Illuminati that's driving the world and whatever. I don't necessarily ascribe to that, but I don't know. If you think differently, let me know. But it might be a little bit of what you've said, which is the parties that are putting them under pressure are obviously putting them under pressure to serve those parties' interests.
Until we get to a more
stout
stout
sort of driving
MMR.
policy decision making, then maybe maybe it's not someone in the
We gonna get a couple
at the FOMC
wingman
table
in,
saying,
Nolly,
how
or
do we
what?
screw the little guy? But the outcome is still the same, right?
Right.
How concerned are you about the trajectory
Couple
that we're
wingman
on,
games.
right? Where the middle class seems to be getting hollowed out. Each successive living generation now is more depressed and less off than the one that's preceded it. As I said earlier, like nothing good comes from your public basically giving up on their ability to improve their station. In fact, that's what's made America so competitive, right, in the past.
Not
So
enough minerals.
let me give you the floor on this.
Well, here's what I think.
Not enough minerals.
I don't think
Not
I don't
enough
think there's a
minerals.
conspiracy theory as such.
Not enough
I
minerals.
do think that
Not
we've
enough
come
minerals.
to, we've become so short-term in our thinking that we tend to want to please everyone. And when you please everyone, you get really when you try and please
Not
everyone, you
enough
get really bad
minerals.
outcomes.
Not
And here's my last point on that. Whether you're an athlete or you're a scholar or whether you're a country, you win by being strong and exercising self-discipline. An athlete, no matter how much talent he or she has, will only be great with self-discipline and paying attention to improving. A country, this country, when we weren't perfect, but we had rules, we had a rule of law, we had a gold standard, and I'm not saying a gold standard, but I'm saying a rule, which we don't have right now, that binds our hands. If we have those and we abide by them, then we have a much better chance of remaining strong and, over time, addressing some of the wealth issues that we have, because it allow entrepreneurship to go forward, it allow people to have hope that they can, in fact, improve their own future. Not 100% by any means, but much better than where we're going with our current policies. And our current policies are short-term driven and subject to putting pressure. And remember, the people in authority, their pressure is coming from people who have a lot of wealth, the lobbyists and so forth. And so that's kind of our future. And unless the leadership
Not enough minerals.
says
Not
we're going
enough
to
minerals.
exercise self-discipline and we're going to have shared sacrifice, our wealth will slowly,
Add-on
I think,
complete.
atrophy and become less.
Okay. All right. Last question, and I'm doing this just because I promised her I'd ask Stephanie Pomboy,
SCVs are
who is
under
an
attack.
analyst that comes in this program a lot. Just was very curious to hear when you think the Fed is going to return to
Our
QE.
SCVs are under attack.
Is it just a matter of time that you mentioned that if Congress doesn't do a U-turn pretty quickly, pretty soon we're going to get into a pinch where there's going to be a ton of pressure on the Fed.
Yep.
Do you expect them to, at that point, finally let themselves get talked back into QE?
I don't know that will trigger it, but I do know one thing that would probably trigger it, a banking crisis. And if you had a major banking crisis, for example, on the bank's balance sheets today, there's over $600 billion of unrealized losses from just government securities. And you also know that there's trillions of dollars probably of asset values that have declined because of the high interest rates for commercial real estate that are being repriced. So if there was a banking crisis,
Add-on.
then
Insufficient
the Fed
Vespine
would
gas.
do QE. And in fact, what form it will be, I can't tell you, because when we had the banking crisis last March 2023, the Fed's balance sheet actually went back up about $400 billion. So if the banking industry gets in trouble and they have to provide
Additional
liquidity
supply
into it,
depots
they will put the
required.
money out there, and it will be in the trillions of dollars, and we will have effective QE. The real question then will be, how long does it last? How much inflation does it generate? Well, they're trying to pull back when we create a recession, and they're not willing to accept that, so they continue QE well into the future because of the pandemic. Those are all questions I can't answer, but I do know the circumstances that will trigger it would be a banking crisis.
Okay. All right, I lied. A couple just very, very lightning round questions. One is
Insufficient
just,
Vespine gas.
let's say on a scale of 1 to 5,
Insufficient
1 being very
Vespine gas.
stable, 5 being very unstable. What's your current assessment right now of the stability of the banking system?
About a 3.5, 5 being unstable,
5 being bad, yeah.
bad, okay, I'd say about 3.5.
Okay, okay.
I mean,
So
it's-
you're worried.
Additional supply depots
I'm
required.
worried, and I know people say it's very well capitalized. Well, it's not very well capitalized, and I have argued that forever. The banks quote their risk-weighted capital, which says 14%, but capital to total
Mineral
assets
field
is
depleted.
around 7 to 8% in the largest banks, 9 to 10% in the regional and community banks. The regional community are better capitalized, but remember, if you have say 4% loss, you've lost half of your capital or more, depending on who you are, and people lose
Not
confidence in
enough.
you. That creates the liquidity crisis. So we're very vulnerable to a confidence crisis in this country should we encounter another banking crisis like we had in March of 2023. And remember, in March
Not
of
enough
2023,
minerals.
people started running on all the regional banks until basically the Treasury and the Fed said 100% deposit insurance.
Right, right.
That's the only way to stop it, and that's QE.
Additional supply. Not enough minerals.
Okay. Thank you for that very unfair question to ask you in the last second here. And I just want to remind folks that you are a former director of the FDIC. So you're a gentleman who is highly knowledgeable about bank risk. Okay, the last question, which is you mentioned that we're kind of there's a date with destiny here, as long as the Fed maintains its current policies, where the liquidity that's been sloshing around is going to start drying up, and it's going to be increasing pressure on the Fed to do something, or else the dominoes are going to start dropping, and recession's going to start looming, right? Nobody can say this with certainty, but what's kind of your general expected timeline for that? Is that something that's imminent? Is it something by the election? Is it a 2025 issue, do you think?
I think it's probably, I don't know, it should always be, for sure, no one knows the future. But I'm looking at the amount of liquidity that remains, the $500 billion down from $2.5 trillion, and the excess reserves in the banking system. So I'm thinking at 2025, mid-2025 event, if it comes to that. And now, in the meantime, if Congress gets its act together and the Fed does other things, we might avoid that, and that's what my hope is. But I think the reality is there is at least a
Not enough
reasonable probability that 2025 would be a time when the Fed has to make a decision. Either print more money and buy this debt, or force the private sector to fund it, which constrains the private sector further and risk a recession.
Add-on complete.
Okay.
Sooner, I should, recession sooner,
Base
and
is
inflation
under attack.
later, for sure.
Okay. All right. Well, look, this has been an absolutely wonderful discussion, a real privilege. Thank you, Dr. Hoenig. I'm going to begin to wrap it up here. If I could ask you probably the most important question, which is for folks that have really enjoyed this interview and listening to you and would like to follow you in your work from here, where should they go?
Well, I don't publish a lot, but I do have a blog on Substack under my name. And it's if you go to Mercatus, Thin Red Rag on Substack, look for my name. I do put things out. In fact, I wrote things on walking the Fed's having to walk a tightrope, the mistakes the Fed have made through time. That you asked me earlier today, there's a summary of that on there, and a proposal to make it more rules-based. So that's on my blog. Other kinds of history of the Fed things are on there as well.
All right. So Dr. Hoenig, when I edit this, I will put up the link to your Substack there on the screen, so you know exactly where to go. Folks, there'll be a link in the description below this video too, so if you just want to go there with one click, you'll be able to do that. All right, I've got one last question for you, and I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to think about it, which is, we've been talking about money-related issues, money creation, all that stuff through the discussion so far. I'm just curious, you've had a long and accomplished career. What's one non-money related investment of energy or focus or behavior you would encourage folks to adopt into their lives? As you think about that, I'm just going to do a couple quick housekeeping things here just for a few seconds. First off, folks, if you've enjoyed this discussion with Dr. Hoenig and would like to see him come back on the channel at some point in the future, please let him know that by clicking the like button and then hitting the subscribe button below, as well as that little bell icon right next to him. In addition to Dr. Hoenig's Substack, if you're not already following my Substack, please go do that at adamtaggart.substack.com. That's where you get my write-ups, I call them Adam's notes, or my cliff notes or summaries of these key interviews. And so to get the one for
kind of want to watch that replay
with Dr. Hoenig.
I wonder what he was doing
there on the Substack.
Like he let those Marines kill a ton of his workers.
Trying to navigate the repercussions of everything we're talking about, as you hear me say every week on this channel, folks, is very difficult for the average investor, especially the average person who's got a job to focus on, a family to focus on, et cetera. highly recommend that you work under the guidance of a good
Yeah, he
professional
was.
financial
That was
advisor.
like he was
To
really
help be your
aggressive,
financial quarterback through that, to help put together a
but he didn't.
customized
I think he was still on one base, so he
portfolio
was
and
hoping to end
financial
the
plan for
game
you, and
on
then
one
help you
base
execute
with his
it.
DTs.
But make sure that they can take into account all of the issues that Dr. Henning and I have talked about here, and that all the other experts talk about with me on this channel every week. If you've got a good one who's doing that for you, great. Stick with them. They're rare. If you don't, or you'd like a second opinion from one who does, feel free
I
to
made a
schedule
bunker
free
in my main at
consultation
one
with
point
one
because
of
I
the
thought he was
financial
going to try to
advisors
do
that
like a
Thoughtful Money
blink all
endorses.
in or some
To do
shit.
that, just go to
Thought he was going to
thoughtfulmoney.com.
blink into the
Fill out
main.
short form there. Only takes you a couple seconds. These consultations are totally free. There's no commitment to work with these guys. It's just a free public service that they offer to help as many people as possible, position as prudently as possible for the potential implications of all the issues that Dr. Honig and I have just talked about here. All right, Dr. Honig, thanks so much for waiting. Let's get to your last
So you put down a
question
dark
here.
trine at
What's
like, what,
one
350-ish?
non-money related investment you would encourage folks to consider?
Well, I would highly recommend they invest in time in reading history and biographies. My family is very important, but outside of that, I have really learned about leadership and what works, what doesn't work by reading biographies and history. Yes, I'm an economist.
If you would have got
but
that
my real
medevac,
joy
I would
is
not
in
have won
reading
this
those
game,
things,
I don't
because
think.
that's where you learn so much, and where you
And
can't
he
experience
almost
all
got
the
it. He damn
experiences
near got
personally,
it.
you kind of see it through others' eyes of people you admire, and there are a lot of good people to read about in biographies.
Because
not
those
just-
Marines
not
that
just
killed
bad
his
guys.
workers
Well, and only
are
if your
the reason I won this
contemporaries
game.
did more of that, it sounds like. That might address a lot of the short-termerism that's going on right now, where people would have a sense of what history tells us.
Absolutely, and it's invaluable, and for all of us. I mean, for all of us, it's invaluable.
Well, Dr. Honig, I want to just say again, thank you so much for coming on the program. More importantly, thank you for your contributions in a critically important role during a critically important time. And again, I wish more people had listened to you. And
Yeah,
I
he
wish
doesn't
more
realize
people,
he's losing all his
currently
workers
running
right
these
now.
institutions think like
He's down
you.
to 8
But thank you
workers.
so much
So
for the
all I have to
example
do
that
is
you've been
live
setting.
6 workers.
Thank you for having me on. I've enjoyed it very much. Thank you for the conversation, and I hope
I
your
end up losing a
listeners,
decent
have
chunk there.
enjoyed it as
Damn.
well.
That
I
DT
can
combined with the
guarantee you they
scan.
have. Thanks so much, Dr. Honig. Everybody else, thanks so much for watching.
Because when I scanned, my tank killed a lot of my own workers. But yeah, I think he realized, like, with those Marines killing so many of his workers, and the fact that I had 3 bases.
For targeted pain relief.
Yeah, so he was hoping to be able to end the game with that push. And honestly, had I not killed his workers, if he would have had like the same strength on his follow-up, I might have lost. But with me having this high ground and tanks up here, and then I built this turret so that I could detect any more DTs, which I kind of went overkill because I bought this. I made a Raven too, so really once this Raven was almost done, I probably should have like canceled this just to save the extra minerals, but it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, he was hoping, like, if he would have kept all his workers and he had enough money to warp in like 3 or 4 DTs or stalkers or whatever, like I have detection, so DTs wouldn't have been the right choice really. But if he would have had, like, you know, several more zealots and a couple more stalkers with this next push in, he might have been able to kill me. But with those Marines having killed his economy, he just has no money. You can see he's only got 13 minerals in the bank. And I did lose. I was at like 35 or 38 workers when he first attacked, so I lost like 10 workers at one point. But I have 3 CCs to build workers out of, so I can build 3 workers at a time, whereas he can only build 1 worker at a time. So he just realized, like, there's no way he's going to come back economically, so he needed to win. And then when I land this third and have detection and my tanks and everything on the high ground, it was just, there was no way he was going to come back into it really, unless I like win AFK. I think it's funny he even tried to make this really, like, maybe he thought I didn't have a 3rd CC done, but all I needed to do was like sit back for a minute or so and get this base mining and then push him, and I'd kill his natural most likely, and then he'd be back on one base yet again. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. What are you thinking, Nolly? Are we gonna get some dubs and Wingman? Or what? Or are you just chilling? Because I could go for a couple Wingman, perhaps. I have several more hours. Like, I'll probably be on until, like, maybe 8-ish or so. I really like the clicks of this keyboard. Like, the razor orange switches feel good, especially for typing. Like, typing on this keyboard is great. I just wish that damn wrist rest that synced up with it was any good. I'm using the SteelSeries one, but it's a little wider than the keyboard. It looks a little off, but it gets the job done. I still overall think the this Asus at Azoth keyboard is better overall. Like, the build quality is definitely better. The switches in it are also really nice. They are Asus blue switches. So at some point I might end up just going back to that one. But this one does feel great for typing and such. I kind of wish it was wireless too. Like, this Razer one was more expensive, and it's not even wireless or anything. If it was wireless, I'd probably use it for my laptop as, like, my main typing keyboard.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
But that's one of the main reasons I currently use an Azoth for my main keyboard for, like, typing shit, because the switches feel great, good quality, and then it's also wireless, so it makes more sense to have it along with my laptop. And then, like, when because a lot of times I use my laptop just when I'm, like, laying in bed or something, and that way I don't have to deal with the cumbersome cables.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-ons complete. Not enough minerals. Insufficient Vespine. Command center upgrade complete.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Not enough energy. Add-on complete.
We're looking pretty good. I got a lot of workers with that.
Not enough. Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Command center upgrade. Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted.
I'll wait till Stim's about done.
Not enough minerals. Our SCPs are under attack. Our SCPs are under attack. Research complete.
That was weird. I knew he was doing something kind of odd, just 'cause, like how much he tried to distract with like stealing the gas and making that pylon and a bunch of stuff that was kind of nonsense.
Our pylon is under attack. Your turret is under attack. You must construct additional pylons.
I think shield battery's the dumbest thing they ever did to this game. One of the dumbest things, I should say. Like something that heals gas units that costs no gas doesn't make sense. Like, if you're gonna have that in the game, then medevacs should only cost 100 minerals. Or bunkers should be self-healing or heal mech units next to them or something. Shield battery's dumb. Or it could even fix it if they just made it so shield battery could only be used, like, within proximity of a nexus. Because, like, what he did is so fucking dumb. The fact that he could just make a bunch of shield batteries right outside my base. Sarmoth, what up, buddy? TVP. Oh, not too bad. Getting
Not
in some
enough
games.
minerals.
I woke up pretty
Not enough
early,
minerals.
and so working nights I have like a good amount of time before
Not
I have
enough
to
minerals.
worry about work.
Not enough minerals.
Stream for a few hours and then go to the gym and go to work. How about yourself? What'd you get done today?
Command center upgrade complete.
I go, like, my work technically starts at midnight. Yikes.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
It sucks working nights. But there's a high probability that I won't be doing it for too much longer. Maybe like 3 more months.
Command center upgrade.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Add-on.
So what time is it there right now? It's probably like late in the night, I'd imagine.
Not enough energy. Additional supply depots required.
I can't build here.
Not enough minerals.
Somebody, get me out of this mess. We're returning fire.
2:28 a.m. I'd say that's quite late. But I guess if your school schedule, if you don't start until like 2 p.m., then you're probably still feeling good about being able to get enough sleep. Or does it kind of vary by the day?
Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Does he have a robo? No robo? Not that I see anyways.
Not enough minerals. Research. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Research complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted. Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
GG, I guess.
Base is under attack. Upgrade complete. Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Not enough energy. Not enough. Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough energy. Mineral field depleted. Add-on Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough energy. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center. Additional supply depots. Not enough minerals. Not enough.
We could use some help here. We could use some help here.
Not enough minerals. Your forces are under attack. Not enough energy. Upgrade. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. There's been not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
We could use some help here.
Research complete. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Mineral field. Your forces.
I'm in a world of hurt.
Your forces under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
I can't build here.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack.
Did you see? I don't know if do you follow the U.S. market? The U.S. market sold off really hard at the end of the session today. It sold off like it was up a little bit on the day, and then it ended up selling off like, let's see, closed down 1.5% from being up a little bit. So like it was probably damn near down 2%. Sold off pretty hard. I guess it was just out of news from the Federal Reserve. Like some of the Federal Reserve chairmen were doing interviews, and they were basically saying like, hey, we're not going to cut anytime soon. And people have kind of been thinking that they're going to.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
So hopefully they'll hold rates higher a bit longer. They need to, otherwise inflation's going to get crazy again.
Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals.
Yeah, I think it's you're starting to see some real weakness. Like, despite it hit new all-time highs like a week ago, but I don't know, it feels like it's on its last kind of breath here.
Our SCVs are under attack. Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Add-on complete. Not enough minerals.
What are you doing? Like what
Add-on
sector's the
complete.
job in?
Command center upgrade complete. Insufficient Vespine gas. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. Insufficient Vespine gas. Insufficient Vespine gas. Not enough energy. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots.
Oh, so you don't even know yet?
Add-on complete.
Epic.
Gas.
Not sure if that was exactly worth it for him.
Not enough energy. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Enemy contact.
Upgrade complete. Research complete. Add-on complete. Mineral field completed.
We could use some help here. I can't build here.
All right. That's enough StarCraft. Protoss is just a joke. Like, they just make zealots, and zealots are at their maximum efficiency if they're just A-moved with no other thought or micro put into it. So, as a Terran, I have to micro all of my units efficiently, well macroing, and Protoss can just make zealots and A-move them across the map and win the game. So until revision, that's enough StarCraft. Because I don't really have any desire to just play Protoss, because then I'm gonna I'll end up getting wins like that, and I'll feel like it was a waste of time. Like, oh great, I got a win based on 0 effort. It's kind of funny that there's Protoss under like 4,500 MMR though. Wait, where did my Steam go? There it is. I gotta update CSGO. But yeah, Sarmath, here's like you can see, this is today's market action. Like on this chart right here, it hit the VWAP, the monthly VWAP here, which is the green line, which is kind of nested over a blue line there. And it was going up, kind of chill most of the day. And then that Fed speaker started talking, and it was like, bloom, straight down. Which is good for me, because I'm short. My average cost is like right in here, about 440, 442. So right now my short is making money. That was a big sell-off though. Which I'm long the XME, the metals. So I think it's been up, but it's probably not up much anymore, because I see that came down 2. So I might end up I'm going to set a stop loss on XME real quick. I don't know what my cost basis in it is. I got to find that out. So it's still up. It's up a little bit. It's up about $100. I'll set a stop loss. At 60.80. Sell order. XME. Stop order. Good till cancel. We're gonna go 60, 80. That way I still end up making something on it instead of losing something. And what else do we got? Copper is up a little. XLE is still up a bit. Gold is still up a bit. Where's that one at? That one's up like 220. That's not bad. I'm gonna set a stop order on XLE also, because that one's up a couple $100, and I'd rather not give it back too. So we'll give it a little wiggle room, but we don't want to let it run too far. So now we're safe. Okay. All right. Did CS:GO load up? Oh yeah, it was doing an update. Mm-mm-mm. Do a cheeky office match. I close my charting platform on my main PC here. If only. If that were true, Samoth, I would put all my leverage short a while ago and then I'd push the market way down. In a few months, though, I'll probably be streaming and trading a bit more actively, regularly. Because I'm probably going to leave my current job within the next few months. Somewhere between like 2 months and 3 months. And then I'll end up being in the same boat as you. Because I'm going to go back to school for economics. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink. Oh boy.
Let's roll.
Let's roll. I'm down. You're able to trade U.S. markets, right? Like, I know some countries have restrictions, but a lot of countries, if you open a U.S.-based brokerage, what I'd recommend doing off the jump is just starting a paper trading account. Like, almost every trading platform offers you the ability to paper trade. So, like, they give you it's just fake, like, theoretical money. A lot of them will start with like an account that has $1 million in it. I wish I had $1 million in my actual account. That'd be glorious. But then you can get used to the basics while not actually risking your own money. So that's a good way to start. I got no kills, but I got a free deagle out of it. That's a good deal for me.
Let's show them who we are.
I think you can. I'd be a little surprised if you couldn't, but there's always the chance.
Grenade out. Grenade. Laying down smoke.
But yeah, if not, I mean, you could always do the same thing probably within your own market is find somewhere that offers paper trading. Like for me, my charting platform is Thinkorswim by what used to be TD Ameritrade, but it's owned by Charles Schwab Bank now. And then the broker that I actually execute through is Interactive Brokers. I like Interactive Brokers a lot. Their charting platforms actually got better too. I keep saying I'm going to check it out again at some point because they changed their charting program a decent amount. He's fountain. Oh, I should grab that AK. Yeah, there's a crazy amount anymore. I think I like Interactive Brokers mainly because their mobile app and their desktop platform are both usable. Their mobile app's pretty good. A lot of times I end up executing from the mobile app because I'm at work during the time when I would want to be trading.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke. Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out. Smoke. I'll bring the hostages out.
I thought there was only one left. Damn it. So like I saw my minimap light up that he was in paper or in conference, so I was like, okay, the last guy's in conference. A very valid warning.
Let's go.
That's something I think a lot of people don't really respect as much as they should. Especially when you get these people that start trading by trading options. So it's like you're starting your trading a derivative. You should understand the market and stuff first. Fuck! Not sure what exactly that guy was doing. Nice.
Flashbang.
That's a smoke.
I'm moving with a hostage. Laying down smoke.
I can't tell if I think this guy's gonna win or not. He's throwing random utility. Woo, that startled me. I don't see why he didn't just go towards garage. Like, why was he trying to clear bathroom and shit? Like, just run. He made it out.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke.
Got him. Good night. Have a good one. Fuck off. That shot hit. That pissed me off. I thought I hit that.
Move. Grenade out. Grenade. Point flash. Grenade out. Counter-terrorists win. There's no stopping us. Move it, move it. Grenade out. Smoke. Escorting the hostages.
Bathroom.
Laying down smoke. Laying down smoke. Throwing fire.
Yay.
Hostage has been rescued.
Let's have at it, mates. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary.
Counter-terrorists win.
Okay.
Pursuit. Go, go, go.
I believe it is pretty T-set.
Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Grenade. Incendiary out. Decoy. Incendiary. Smoke.
Counter-terrorists win.
You're right on. You're right on. Let's go. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke.
Fuck! I didn't expect there to be two.
Terrorists win.
Is that halftime? Yeah. Wait, no. One more. Right? Yeah.
Move it. Move it. Grenade. Grenade out. Grenade out. Incendiary. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Incendiary out. I'm moving with a hostage. Smoke.
Counter-terrorists win.
Easy peasy lemon
I feel like I barely
squeezy.
did anything that half. Top two guys on my team are getting it done.
Business all fine.
No, the homie has dropped. Come on, Zintel. I don't see why we'd call another timeout, but I'll go with it. A stinky peck woman. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh no! My cable holder things on my desk fell down. Need to find a better way to secure those up.
Let's go, let's go! I propose we stay here for a bit. Let's cover this area. Terrorists win. We will stop your little scout. We will take everything from them.
Gloosh! Nova and a Deeg.
Together we can do this.
Gouge.
Putting down the smoke. Grenade out. Counter-terrorists win.
I think I dinked too. If I would have hit him at all, I bet he would have died. Is my team just bad on this side of the map, or what's the deal? Like, this is the easier side. We should be winning these ones even harder.
Let's go. I'm throwing smoke. Throwing smoke.
Fuck off.
Throwing a flashbang. Throwing a decoy. I'm throwing smoke. Terrorists win. Good, good.
I'm a rush garage.
Come on, let's go. Smoke. Smoke. Throwing fire. Putting down the smoke. Throwing a grenade.
I got lost in the damn smoke.
Grenade.
I wish my homie wouldn't have also smoked that.
Decoy.
Like, I already had a smoke there, and then he threw one behind mine, so it was like a fucking absurd amount.
Terrorists win. Very good.
That was some bullshit.
Let's go. Throwing smoke. Let's throw a grenade.
Fuck off.
Smoke. Grenade out. Grenade.
That guy's popping off.
Flashbang. Throwing a flashbang.
Nice. GG.
They lost everything.
New Matt and Shane's secret podcast. Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to listen to that when I first start work later.
Forward Guidance is brought to you by Van Eck, a global leader in asset management since 1955. You'll be hearing more about Van Eck ETFs later on, but for now, let's get into today's interview. Very pleased to meet for the first time Rupert of Blind Squirrel Macro. Rupert, wonderful to meet you for the first
read the
time.
Blind Squirrel
How are you doing?
on Substack
Thanks,
pretty regularly.
Jack. I'm delighted to be on. Slightly early in the day here, but I hope I sound wide awake. Really, really great to meet you. I've been watching your show since it started, and a huge fan.
Thank you. I'm also a huge fan of yours, and yes, you are recording early in the morning from Australia, so you're here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Rupert, how would you tell the audience a little bit about your background in finance and in industry as well?
I'm a recovering investment banker. I spent 25 years on the sell side in London and in Asia, in Hong Kong.
As long as we leave here with the cash, I don't bloody care what happens, okay? This is what we have been working for.
Fuck, I fucked that up.
You went for a B-pick swag? One in pit.
Where are my shots going? Where are my shots going?
Collaborated.
Plenty. Bomb has been planted.
Nice.
This is easy. We kill them, and then we go home. Molotov out. Grenade. Throwing smoke.
Fuck!
Grenade out. Smoke.
Nah, he's in.
I'm planting the bomb. Terrorists win. Let's go. Molotov out.
One boiler. Flash on mid.
Come on, flashback.
Okay.
Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Smoke! Smoking. Throwing the flashbang. Fire in the hole now. Activated the bomb. Bomb has been planted. I'm throwing a flashbang. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Flashbang out. Laying down some fire.
One boiler sale, flashing it.
Well, fuck him. He's in the apartments.
The guy's out.
Go up.
Throwing smoke.
Hit. Shite.
Throwing fire. Counter-terrorists win.
Got a couple. I'm alright with that.
shield. Throwing a flashback. Smoke. I am planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. We're a real man. It is time now, my brothers. Bird! Grenade! Throw in the flashbang! I'm throwing smoke. Throwing smoke! Molotov out!
Fuck off.
Throwing smoke. Flashback. I'm planted. Bomb has been planted. Smoke! Going to explode. Terrorists win. Alright, good on you.
I'll try it out.
Let's move. Come on, hurry up. Flashbang. I'm throwing fire. Flying down to fire. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Throw in the decoy. Smoke! Deploying smoke shield. I'm throwing a flashbang.
Yeah.
Smoke! Bomb has been planted. Grenade! Throwing smoke!
Two steps.
I'm throwing the flashbang. Flashbang! Terrorists win. You beat
one car.
Throwing a flashback. Smoke. I'm throwing a grenade. Whoa! Throwing a flashbang. Hey guys. Throwing flashbang. Smoke. Planted. Bomb has been planted. Molotov. We are going to win. Terrorists win.
I gotta go pee. Holy shit. This timeout's forever.
flashbang. Smoke. I am planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
On your right, Swag.
Not sure how I don't kill him with a more powerful gun in several hits. Not sure how that happens.
Terrorists win.
Three B.
Throwing flashbang.
Lane.
Kind of a cool skin.
Pulling smoke shield. Throwing a Molotov. Counter-terrorists win.
Just gonna follow somebody. I feel like we're too spread out.
Let's go. Let's go. Flashbang. Throwing fire. Line down some fire. Fire in the hole. Smoke. Planting. Throwing fire. Bomb has been planted. Flashbang. Terrorists win. Yeah. We will drive them from our land. Throwing a Molotov. Grenade out. Grenade out. Smoke. Throwing flashbang.
Guy just fucking popped off on him.
Throwing smoke. Terrorists win.
Okay.
For Queen and Country, man. Lock and load. No. That's a negative. Negative.
Two and apps.
Bomb has been planted.
Woo. I was thinking he's gonna be in this other corner. I didn't hear him move after he planted.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. All right. Let's go. Okay. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Grenade. Molotov. Smoke. Throwing smoke.
One is in apps. Boiler.
Molotov. Counter-terrorists win. Let's go, people. Be careful. I'll make it home tonight. Throwing a grenade.
Fuck.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang.
Got myself a delicious Metrics protein bar. Cookie dough flavor.
Bomb has been planted. Flashbang. Terrorists win. Let's move out. Molotov.
Fuck. That guy insta-bopped me.
Smoke.
Fix this table.
Bomb has been planted.
I might actually have to run some
Flashbang.
screws into the bottom of my
Throwing
desk.
flashbang.
I was trying to use 3M like sticky adhesive Velcro things, and it's not quite cutting it.
Terrorists win. Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk here. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Laying down. Laying down smoke. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang. Bomb has been planted.
Epic.
One inside. Counter-terrorist. There's no stopping us.
Wrapping arch right now.
Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke. Counter-terrorist win. Oh, it's a piece of cake, so it's solid work,
Nice.
boys.
Least damage, but I wasn't the least kills. Claim reward. Sell on community market. Oh wow, a whole $1. I want it to sell, so we'll go $1 even for the buyer price. How many of my cases actually sold? 18 bucks worth. Nice. Almost 20 or almost 19 bucks. Or office games, honestly.
I did most jobs on the private side of the Chinese wall. I started life as an M&A banker and became a capital markets banker, picked up an interest in derivatives through running a convertible bond business. That turned into a broader derivatives mandate, and then ultimately spent the last 10 years of my sell-side career mostly taking Asian and mainly Chinese companies public in London and New York. I then spent a few years in industry. I worked for a Chinese electric car startup, and a couple of years ago, I moved down to Melbourne, Australia, and where I do a bit of consulting, and I started Blind Squirrel Macro back then.
So you were taking Chinese companies public and listing them in Western stock exchanges?
Usually on Hong Kong, on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, or the ADRs on NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange.
What was that experience like? Tell me about that.
It went through a bunch of various cycles in the sort of post-GFC era. Well, actually, even in the run-up to the GFC era, you had a massive bull market in Asian and Chinese stocks, and the busiest IPO market on the planet for a decade. I mean, I remember being back in London for a while, and it was really only the Asian teams that had an IPO business. Europe hadn't been doing any IPOs for years during the mid noughties, and it goes through cycles. I mean, there was obviously the phase where nobody could get enough China equity, right? And then you have the droughts, but the IPO market in China always used to carry on anyway, even if there wasn't necessarily a huge amount of international demand for the paper, simply because ultimately, if you established any wealth in China,
Gear up. We're going in.
Used by computers.
Elbow. Rush it, green. He's right there, come on.
Counter-terrorists. We're really laying into them. Move it, son. Flashbang. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out. Incendiary. Deploying
Keep it pushing, keep it pushing.
counter-terrorist win.
I didn't realize we have an easy long hostie. Yes.
Go, go, go. Decoys out. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Laying down. Grenade.
Bro, this guy's so bad. Joey Dunes. Jesus fuck. Looked right at the fucker, throwing utility. All he had to do was walk around the corner and shoot him.
Deploying flashbang.
I am en route with a hostage.
He's hurt, but alive.
Counter-terrorist win. Nice. Move.
Fuck off.
We got He's in that T-spawn. T-spawn purple. Hit it. Oh shit. He's long.
If this guy would have pushed faster, they could have, like, pincered him.
Let's show them who we are. Grenade. Throwing a grenade.
How?
Run, run, run. You got this. You got this.
So fucking dumb. Shotgun from 40 yards away. Ha!
Dude really two-shot me through smoke with an XM at range. Can't make it up.
Move it, move it.
Thank you.
Save money. Live.
Money, 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 money.
Smoke. Throwing a grenade. Terrorists win. Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them.
Stupid 2. Green is a win.
Counter-terrorists win. Clear, lads.
Time was on their side, and they still decided to push us.
Let's go.
Molly.
Grenade. Grenade out. Smoke. Counter-terrorists win. It's a piece of cake, sweat.
Office is easily the best map. Scientifically proven.
Let's give it to them, boys. Incendiary. Grenade out. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Laying down smoke. Grenade out. Flashbang.
Super close.
Incendiary out. Smoke. Counter-terrorists win. 11 squeezing. Come on, chop, chop. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing smoke.
Wolfman.
Throwing a grenade. Laying down smoke.
Away she goes. You can sell your gun back.
Let's move out. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Grenade out. Incendiary out.
Mr. Grimes, what up? What you up to? That was kind of silly.
Let us go.
Working? Oh, hell yeah. 30 months. Much appreciated. What have you been playing when you're getting in gameplay? I haven't seen you online on SC2 or anything recently.
Molotov. Terrorists win. Run, little girl, run.
Hacking certs, like white hat stuff.
Do it here. There is one.
Hacker man.
The guy's out. I'm throwing fire.
Rookies.
Smoke.
Would you? It'd be great if you didn't body block me in the doorway. That'd be fucking ideal.
Counter-terrorists win.
That would be just great.
This is it. We kill them, and then we go home. Flashbang.
Oh, not bad. Still in the midst of thinking about leaving my current job and going back to school. I don't know if my team knows this, but we're not obligated to push them on this side. So it'd be nice if they would figure that out. But I got the spawn to push, and since they keep pushing, I'm gonna push.
Go, go, go! Throwing smoke! All clear. Throwing smoke! Smoke!
He's to your right.
He's going long haul. Long haul. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's swagged out.
Of course. Clear.
Yeah, because working nights like I do now is no bueno. Sucks bad.
Throwing the flashbang! Smoke! Smoke! Grenade out!
I should have turned towards the wall instead of trying to look down. Good try.
We will make them regret this day. Throwing smoke!
They're pushing long, oh my god.
Ha! Dude, this game makes no sense sometimes. Blast a guy from 10 yards away twice with a shotty, don't get the kill. But the first side of this map, a guy hit me from like 40 yards away with 2 shots with the same shotgun and killed me.
Can somebody... Oh, never mind.
Come on, let's go! Let's throw in a grenade! Throw in fire! Smoke! Grenade! Throwing fire! Smoke! Be gone.
Fuck! I didn't think he'd get there that quick. I thought he'd still be like about 10 feet further back from where he was. Ooh. I almost want that guy to die so I can have his gun.
Together we can do this. Throw in smoke! Throw in smoke!
You missed it. I was actually playing some SC2 for a while earlier. I played like 5 or 6 games of ones.
Flashbang!
And then I got pissed because
Throw in the flashbang.
I lost a couple games against Protoss where they were just like making charge lots and A moving into me. And since I didn't have like 20 bunkers, I didn't win.
Grenade out! Counter-terrorists win.
He's weak. You could have just pistoled him.
I'll stay here. I'm ready. Let's go, my brother.
Fuck me.
Swagmo, you gotta win those, man.
Yeah, it'd be nice to...
It'd be nice if we wouldn't push and just hold corners and make them push to us.
Alright, listen, why would we do it? We're
It would
better
be
than
nice
them.
if we weren't
We
gay,
are
huh?
better than them.
But
Play with
Looking for
confidence.
stickers.
They bought an auto, bro. You gotta be kidding me. These guys are desperate.
Oh shit. Oh shit. You guys have a better gun than me. Nope.
Yeah, so he has an auto, man. Like, these guys are desperate. These guys are desperate. Alright, well, they bought an auto. Now we just sit in the back.
Counter-terrorists win.
Could have been sitting in the back the whole time. It's almost
All
like
right,
the
now we
enemy
can-
team
now we'll
is
sit
obligated
back.
to push into us, so we don't
We'll
need to
play
push into
real
them.
office now.
The smokes and volleys come out. I got the first one.
Smoke. Counter-terrorists win.
Alright, can we lock it, boys? Can we lock it in?
Move it, move it. The guy's out. Smoke. Throwing fire.
How does that hit there? That's fucking ridiculous.
They have hostage.
The auto's watching main hall.
It's done. GG.
Alright, just sit back. Jump.
You don't have to fight the auto.
He's still got to push.
But
He has to push
wants to
you.
Fight the auto. A call.
Throwing smoke.
Intense.
Terrorists win. We cannot be killed. We have our revenge.
That was way closer than it should have been. back. I'm gonna get myself a nice C4. Do you just work at the store on nights, Austin, or are you there on the weekend too?
You only really own it if you've managed to get it offshore, and one of the best ways to get wealth offshore is to have your company traded overseas. You know, we went through a phase whereby Chinese deals were getting done, but they were getting done in an unnatural manner. They were known affectionately as friends and family transactions. And then we had a pretty tricky phase in the sort of the mid 2010s where you either had two types of deal. I mean, in Hong Kong, Chinese overseas listings are known as A shares or H shares. H shares being the Hong Kong shares, the overseas, and A shares being the ones listed domestically. And you also have another type of company called a red chip, which is a Chinese business that's actually domiciled offshore.
What's that called?
A red chip.
Red chip. Okay.
Yeah. So it'll be a Chinese business that's established in the Cayman Islands or somewhere else, right?
Let's roll.
And Rupert, is that a Chinese company established in the Cayman Islands? Is that where the type of company where in the prospectus it says, look, we don't actually own this Chinese company, we just have...
That's a VIE, which is the variable interest entity. And that's an additional layer of structuring that comes. On paper, there's not a lot that the owner of the shares in a VIE do actually. But I used to joke that during that...
We are out of here.
How's it going, guys?
Hello.
Alright,
We
okay.
should piss out them.
It's a limited resource. I gotta turn it on only if it's called for, you know?
They're long. Too long. 3 long enough. Good kill.
No, why was it on burst mode? Who uses burst mode? What a fucking nerd.
Nice job, guys.
I got 2 kills. I only remember getting the guy on cat. Oh yeah, then I ran at that guy that was on site. Okay, okay.
Let's have it, lads. Fire in the hole.
Nothing B.
Bomb down cat.
Yep, they're going
Bomb
in.
down on cat.
I'm flanking behind him.
Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Last one on B. He's tagged.
We're rotating, huh? Nice. They saved their rounds, they'll expect SMG. anybody want a D? Gonna want it.
Already got me a Deeg.
Come on, let's hustle.
One tag suicide.
Throwing fire.
Long? Yes.
Laying down smoke.
Down. One more A long. Oh, there's two A long. They bumped him up. Hey, punish that shit. One
Suicide.
CT.
Ah, CT, sorry. CT.
Yeah. Ooh.
I got
That's
raped.
alright. They got two ops, so keep that in mind. No, we're fine. Just don't peek long because they have an op there. They're probably gonna have one mid or B. Let's just hold sight. We'll be fine.
Decoy.
I'm on alcohol too, dude.
Ah, fuck.
Fire in the hole. Flashbang out.
There's op top mid.
Let's just go, I think.
Wait, are they long?
There's one on B.
Green's rotating B to
He's
you.
planning B. Tag B.
Upper mid.
Hey, cover me. I don't have a kit.
Yeah, CT and mid just defeated.
I'm working on it, baby. 1 second.
Good shit.
Good shit. I dropped an off mid. It's fuck.
That's gay.
Who can't buy? I gotcha. Oh, we're all good.
We're really laying into them. Move.
I got cat.
Suicide.
They flash long. You ready for that blue?
Throwing incendiary.
Smoke.
You alright, blue? Hey, mid and long. I got two long.
Probably an expensive knife.
They're going long. They're not even going.
Hey, three long, all long. They're on site. Good shit. Last one ramp.
Fuck.
Push it down.
No.
Good try, good try.
Yikes. Those are really bad. Like, they could both see ramp where the guy with the op got killed from. And somehow let him get killed, and then both managed to get killed also. Yikes.
Go,
Should probably save next round if we don't win this one.
Get down. B.
Top mid, right side. Okay, he doesn't miss. One top mid coming mid doors.
Epic.
Good try.
And his name's Dale Epic Gamer.
Alright, save. Yeah, we need to save.
Dale Epic Gamer never saves.
Just try and get behind him. One suicide. One lower. That's the same bro. We did some damage. Alright, we can now.
Dale Epic Gamer 13. What a guy.
Let's go.
Long. They're coming long.
Laying down smoke.
Hey, send B, send one.
Grenade out.
I'll cut off the long door, rotate.
On site.
Good shit. Same plan, whole side, see what they do. They tend to go all in, right?
Move it, son. Incendiary out.
There's one up.
B.
I got nothing long.
I see nothing mid. It's tons, it's tons.
Grenade out.
8 doors.
He's on B.
Oh, what the fuck?
Where they at?
He walked right by. He literally walked right by me. I thought I should have been dead. That was actually.
Lean.
Come on, chop, chop.
Throwing flashbang.
Throwing
Full
fire.
flash long.
Incendiary out.
One L long.
Incendiary.
Deploying smoke shield.
Killed one on cat. Don't see anything else mid.
At least one long. Be careful, B.
One mid, one mid.
I got one down pit. Long's clear.
Killed one more mid.
They're probably going for pick. Copy. Alright, we don't know where bomb's at. I'm gonna fall back there.
Throwing smoke.
Holding good. Last one long. He's out long, outside long doors. One more. Never mind, got him.
There you go.
Good job, guys.
Ah, we're getting stuck right into them. Right, lads. We're on.
Wait, it's the same gun, babe. Flash long.
Throwing fire.
Mine's cuter.
Incendiary out.
Alright, now I got you. Nothing long. Is that mid rush?
Mid doors already through.
One mid door.
Tons, low tons.
One lower, one lower. One lower, one mid door.
Good shit.
He's
Ooh,
capped.
How
last
did
one
he
mid.
not
He's
get
low.
that? I don't understand how he didn't get that kill.
Yeah. Hey,
shit.
baby. Look at that, dude.
Man
Yeah,
said
that's
sit
right.
down.
That morale boost could have been detrimental, to say the least. Oh, here, babe. Wait, I can't buy a gun. I already have one. What's going on?
Let's move.
Throwing fire.
Dude, I haven't played this since the fucking UI and shit. Fucking awful. I want my hey,
Mid
one long.
and cap.
Bombs out long. This bit.
Throwing a grenade.
All
Decoys out.
Nice.
You're right on. You're right on.
Good half, good half.
Good half, fella. I really do miss the radial menu. I don't know. It's hard to buy shit now. I guess I'll build the. Yeah, well, yeah. I'm tag 9 and long, baby. Let's just full balls deep, no lube. Let's go. Gonna be at least 3 out here. Let's do it. One down. I got bomb. ECT. Push.
How many
Oh,
times
he's
do I
lit.
have to
He's
shoot
lit.
this mother?
At least 2 dozen. That would have been a cool night goal. Alright, you want to save one and we'll buy next round? You get an ace, I'll suck your dick, dude. How about that?
I'm gonna make sure to get a kill just for your sake, unless you're fruity like that.
That guy's got some headshots, I tell ya. He's the same guy
Are you
that
clear?
headshot me ran last time.
One cat, one C. Plant that shit, baby. Oh, dude, the ball.
Fuck!
We got the extra money though for getting the plant off, so that's good.
Well, you know. Deal's the deal, dude. All right, let's split B. Nah, I'll go out mid from B ton. But Bomb, you need to go out B proper. Just hold it, let me flash mid and you guys can push. Don't peek, don't. Oh, uh-oh. I got both men. Coming up. Tell me that you're proud of me. I've never heard that before in my life.
I'm planted.
Plant it for tons,
They're
hold
both
tons,
mid,
hold tons, hold
both
tons.
mid doors.
They're pushing.
Both mid doors, both mid doors.
Hold tons, hold tons. You're on site. Car, taxi. Bitch! I'm sorry for my language. I'm sorry. I meant, fucking loser. Fucking, your dad doesn't love you, you're what? I'm sorry. My dad told me he was proud of me all the time.
Let us go. I'm throwing a flashback.
Only one cross, two cross.
We got one out long. He's, kind of a bitch. Yep.
Okay, he's at our spawn.
Hey,
I
Bomb's,
expected him to-
back to its spawn. You might want to make a break for it.
Yeah, save.
That's alright. Do we have money? Hell yeah, we do. Yeah, he's a little weird. Let's split B again. We'll try to take mid, try to take tons once mid's up. Alright, we know there's not.
He's the director.
Don't peek it, don't peek it, don't peek it. Alright, go. Go.
Up top.
God damn it, he cut me off.
One's naded.
How did that work? Yeah.
That guy,
I felt it.
admit, only hits headshots, apparently.
Alright, let's try and get picks long, I guess, and then we'll decide where we go afterwards.
Let's go.
We'll pick a side at 30 seconds, fellas. Oh, op mid.
One.
Not sure how that guy just got me when he saw my leg for like half a second.
Good try. It's all good.
Really? What map?
We're tied up, dude. No, it's okay. Dude, it's fine. We're just gonna go, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna try and get a couple kills, then we'll go. You know, just safety first.
I hate that map. The only one I think is worse is Nuke.
Hey, they came long. Like, he knew we weren't looking. Weird.
That what
Top
the
mid,
fuck?
off. He's got bomb. He knows you're coming. Be careful. Nice.
Counter-terrorists win.
Epic.
B's, yeah, best bet. Let's do it. Once we get it planned for tons, we'll hold tons and just, you know, watch window and shit. Somebody stay back, watch window. God damn.
Got a pick.
Plant for guns, baby. Alright, fall back tongue.
One
Hey,
in
they're in
tunnel with
upper.
an op already.
Upper. Make sure you tons in that line of side of it.
Lit on site. Nice.
Good job.
Here, hop on the ground.
Victory is ours.
I'll take this.
You do it, I'll suck your dick, dude. Come on. I mean, I'll leave my own ass. How about that?
We must move.
I'll leave my own ass. You get a pick mid, I'll leave my own ass. Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying.
Kid is a wild.
No, he didn't. Well, it didn't happen. Pixar didn't happen.
Lower.
Lower, okay, I'm watching up. Make him away from me.
Dude, he's right there.
Where's he at?
He's beneath you,
Give him
bro.
stop.
He's
Why is this guy always nowhere relevant? Like the first half of the game, there was a time where the bomb was already planted on A and he was also still in tons.
Counter-terrorists win.
Where'd he come from, dude?
Epic reaction time.
No, I didn't see him. I'm used to guys coming from all different directions. I don't know how that happened.
This is easy. We kill them.
Yeah, let's play picks. Op mid. One lower. I got lower.
One up.
No. Oh, dude, this guy's out of his fucking mind. Good shot.
I am setting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Coming from CT.
Yeah, baby.
Yes, my friends. Yes.
Good work, fellas. No, I'll take a little. We'll take a little something, something. Nah, you can have your op, baby. I'm not gonna do that to you. Oh, this is a cute, it's a cute AK. There's one hiding lower. Got a P90. What?
Where are they?
The guy gets me from lower doors right before my teammate kills him. From the 1/1000th of a half a degree of an angle that he could see me.
I don't know how the first one did it.
Good kill, baby. Is long clear?
Yeah.
Seriously, just plant.
He should have thrown that so he could actually fucking get past there.
Yeah, plant for pit. You got that. Take my
Careful, Dawson. That guy doesn't miss.
He might be coming from long, so.
Focus, you got it, baby. Left.
What the fuck?
No,
what did I
dude.
plant it for?
Plant it for bit.
Why'd you keep shooting the exact spot, bro?
I don't remember I planted.
You're shooting.
I mean, it's a
to his
one-shot
right.
kill. If you shot at the same spot every time, that just means he's not.
All right, hey, we gotta go B, fellas. So we gotta take the guy that's coming lower, and then we gotta hit B fast and hard. Fast and hard. All personal. Hey, watch lower.
Oh my god.
Go. Plant. I couldn't be careful. He got me.
GG. That was obnoxious. Kind of want to play one on Mirage.
Phase, there was almost an extra class of Chinese listing, which was the Z share or the zombie share, where the listing had been created in order to establish a foreign listing, and that actually it was usually the chairman and his mates that controlled 100% of the float anyway. But you had two types of deal at that stage. You'd have these types of friends and family deal going on, and then you'd also have occasionally some really interesting business that would come to the market, and then those stocks would get orphaned in a different way, because that would be where everyone in the international would wake up and say, this is an amazing stock, this is an amazing story, and then it would price at sort of stupid times earnings, and it would actually end up getting placed all into China hot money hands instead of, you know, regular way institutional hands internationally. And so those stocks used to get orphaned as well. And then we'd get a cycle back into some degree of normality. The Hong Kong IPO market, I'm afraid, is a ghost of what it was 15 years ago.
And needless to say, you're not actively
This doesn't
involved
queue.
now in China.
This doesn't
IPO market.
go.
Not
then I'll
really.
take
And
the
actually,
office
noticed
off.
you've had quite a couple of quite
Play
positive
Mirage
guests
game.
on China recently. I was listening to one that you put out yesterday, I think.
Yeah, I one very positive, somewhat positive one, which is I've had on a lot of doom and gloom guests on China.
Then you had Misery Guts Russell Napier on talking about China the other week.
Yep.
By the way, huge fan of Russell. I mean, one of the most frustrating things about being an Asian expert for a lot of my career was I used to visit New York, 3 or 4 times a year and get lectured by someone 10 years younger than me in Midtown about how China was doomed, and find out halfway through the conversation that they'd never actually been there. And oftentimes the most negative views were coming from the furthest point on the compass away from the real story itself. There is no doubt that there are structural issues with the Chinese economy, but writing off 30% of global GDP doesn't seem like a smart starting point.
Yeah, so I want to get your current views on China in a minute, but just to be clear, so back in your days doing initial public offerings and basically helping sell Chinese stocks in
still
Hong
looking at
Kong
different jobs
and list
now,
them, or in the rest of the world, who was the client base? In other words, I have learned that Chinese investor, if they have savings, they park their marginal savings dollar much more in real estate than they do in stocks, whereas in the U.S., definitely more of a stock market culture. So who are sort of the buyers of Chinese stocks, internationally and then domestically?
So, I mean, I was never doing domestic IPOs on Shanghai or Shenzhen, right? So that's a much more retail-oriented market. Although, as you correctly point out, the unit of saving.
Are you in a smaller area, or are you close enough to try to work in Omaha or something?
Is very much real estate at the top of the list, and
Omaha is your guys' biggest city, yeah?
China, right? It's domestic real estate, then it's overseas real estate if they can get money offshore, and then they might start thinking about other financial assets. But the audience for the deals that I was doing was institutional money around the world, and then a growing pocket of institutional money in China itself.
Gotcha.
And then there was the famous friends and family money that I was talking about, which was essentially Chinese millionaires and billionaires who have access to capital offshore.
Yeah,
right. It's a closed.
That's all. That seems to be like a massive issue the last couple decades, because there is a pretty good supply of people with degrees, so it's drove like the actual pricing power of people with degrees down. The biggest bird. Hashtag unvaxxed. Yeah, I'm hoping to play that cycle decently, because having had jobs in the trades, and like right now, I guess you could kind of consider me working in the trades now. From where? I couldn't even see a guy. He shot me through the wall? This guy's clearly an idiot. Coming market behind you. But yeah, so I think like since they've been good for quite a while, or at least there's been a supply of them. I hope by the time I'm done, there's something within my realm. But the nice thing is like, if I go for economics, there's like a crazy amount of different jobs you can do. Like you can work in finance, you can work for a bank, you could work within a company as kind of like a like ops manager or somebody who's in charge of like efficiency in going over how the operation actually runs. I think ideally I'd either work in banking or for like a like one of the big, like the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, or like, you know, one of the big exchanges, something like that. Ooh. Anybody want this up?
Thanks.
I'm gonna have to settle with Zeus.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them. Smoke. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out. Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Counter-terrorists win. Nice.
Yeah, I probably spoke with my buddy Spencer before. He's been the one kind of running me through like all the different things to check for when going back to school, like how to optimize the setup in terms of structuring your student loans and grants and all that kind of stuff. And he is actually about to be moving to Chicago as well.
Underpass one. Bench. I killed him.
Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang.
Apps.
That would be.
Come on.
Woo.
Grenade.
Enough.
Now we're getting stuck right into them.
Chicago seems kind of sketchy from what I see on the news and everything, but I'd imagine if you're in a decent part of the city, then you're fine, you know?
Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk.
Jesus Christ, could you move?
Smoke. Throwing fire.
One underpass.
Grenade out. Flashbang. Grenade out.
Gun flew a long way.
Incendiary out. Incendiary out. Decoy.
I got a Zeus.
Flashbang. Counter-terrorists win. All right.
This guy's got a cooler skin. Some sort of dinosaur coming out of the side of it or something. Have you only been searching in your local market, Nolly? Or are you, like, expanding it? I know you're about to move, but are you, like, willing to move if you found the right fit? Somewhere that was like, we're going to pay you dummy fat stacks, but you got to move here. We could move, like, around Austin or the DFW and hit up Steve. Just show up at Steve's house one day and tell him it's a streamer house now. A content house. Hell yeah. The content cabin. Yields on the 10-year back above 4.3%, Nolly. What do you think about that? Between like 4.3 and 4.5 is where the market got real scared last time. I think it would be pretty healthy to actually have several weeks of downward moves. Especially in all these AI stocks.
Move. Decoys out. Throwing flashbang. Fire in the hole. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary. Flashbang. Throwing fire. Incendiary out. Throwing a grenade.
That was weird.
No stopping us.
My game kind of stuttered a little bit there. Stuttered. Their team's doing really bad, and they're doing the same thing every single time. Like, every single time, they just go to the middle.
Laying down smoke. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Grenade. Throwing flashbang.
Bomb down gefiltert.
My DPI is too slow.
Counter-terrorist win. Right on.
The eye is watching you. Oh. Maybe they're like partied up and they're trying to de-rank or something. I don't know.
Let's go, fellas.
But their play style is bad. I think one could say.
Grenade out. Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang.
A main.
Counter-terrorist win. All right. Let's have that some hits. Laying down smoke.
Flashing mid.
Deploying flashbang. Deploying decoy. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Counter-terrorist
5-7.
Pesso them.
5-7's so good. Jebediah.
Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
scope his ass.
Throwing fire. Terrorists win.
Are you trolling?
I couldn't shoot yet after throwing the molly.
Go, go, go. Throwing flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Flashbang. Bomb has been planted.
He's right there. He's right there.
On your flank, soldier.
What's your
Terrorists win.
Would have been nice to be able to try to actually hear.
Let us go. Terrorists win. Yeah.
Yay. Yeah, you should be able to, like, straight away. Claim more rewards? Oh, hell yeah. Where's, okay. I don't really ever use the FAMAS. So maybe I'll swap the FAMAS out with a cheeky one of these. I don't really buy the auto either, but yeah. You only get like 50 of each one. But you unlock the same one like a lot. Like I'll run out of one and then a game or two later it'll be like, "Oh, you just got a graffiti."
To participate in a Hong Kong IPO or a NASDAQ listed ADR unless you've got money offshore.
Is that a QFIIN?
So QFII is
yeah,
the other way around.
that's for sure.
I mean, this is the. I mean,
now,
it's
granted,
controlled capital.
I always
You
just
can,
get the
as a
stuff for
foreign
free, but
investor,
you can buy them too.
You can access domestic Shanghai Connect. Similarly, you can as an onshore investor access Hong Kong stocks through the southbound Connect.
I'm gonna sell more stuff.
Unless you're using the Connect, which is a kind of closed loop system.
Only 30 cents.
You need to be a qualified foreign investor, either inbound or outbound. That's a separate level of regulatory approval.
Got it. And then what is the difference between an ADR, like an American Depository Receipt, something listed in the West, and then an onshore stock? Like, for example, Alibaba, the Western ticker, that we all know is BABA, but the actual ticker number is it 700?
It's I think it's no 10 cents is 700.
Okay.
So we are doing the whole Eskimo snow description here. BABA was originally listed as an ADR only, right? Subsequently, a few years ago, when noises were being made about delisting Chinese equities at the sort of at the height of the sort of trade war under the Trump administration. A lot of the big Chinese
Ain't no
tech
fucking way.
companies
Yo.
started doing what they call the sort of
Yo,
the
no way
going
we
home
actually got
trade,
office.
where
What
they
up, Jeff?
listed. So an ADR
I played with this guy
is
yesterday.
a depository receipt that
good,
represents
bro.
underlying share.
Like your penis, bro.
This is my
What?
highest rank of any map in comp.
You're a bot, bro.
Also, I think my only rank.
Please let me go! Please let me go first! I'm doing something!
Bro,
Dude, I haven't
sick
heard a
soundboard.
soundboard that's not yours since like 2018.
Roger that. Yeah.
I had a game on this map earlier, Nelly. Round 1, I fucking got 4 of them. I almost got the ace, but I missed a few shots and then I had to reload, and then my teammate killed him.
Counter-terrorists win. I am en route with a hostage.
I mean, my name's just General, bro. I have an old name. Yeah, yours is.
Move it, move it.
Well,
Yeah.
I've had the same username for like 15 years, so. No.
Throwing flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Escorting the hostages. Counter-terrorists win. Get stuffed.
Yay.
Dylan, your mom. Oh, God.
Sounds good.
Got him.
How about your mates? Deploying flashbang.
Bro, why am I always in HP?
Grenade out.
He's counting my ass.
Flashbang.
Grenade.
Grenade. Fine.
I shot your
Grenade.
Yep.
Incendiary. Incendiary out. Deploying decoy.
Hostages coming up.
Two teaspoon.
Throwing smoke.
What a fucking Jew.
Hostage has been rescued. Now we're really leaning into the terrorists win.
Hey, yo, Blue, can you buy me an auto? You're not Blue. Hey, Blue. Buy me an auto, baby.
No.
I don't have it as an option.
Move it, son.
Copy.
It's because this fucking thing's a piece of shit, that's why. What'd you have?
Fire in the hole.
Grenade.
There's 2 of them in there. I found that out.
Deploying the smoke shield.
Hell yeah. I got some caffeine. She's almost empty. Mr. Me. Ha 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 ha. Nice. What you been up to?
Let's go.
Obviously it does. Dude, I used to be a bartender. I was a bartender.
Been destroying the ladder on Apex or what? Jacking issues, huh? I'd assume you meant hacking. I heard a tournament got kind of shut down because people were hacking in the tournament even.
I wanted to do wingsuiting, but you have to have 250 fucking jump and a license.
Throwing smoke.
But I haven't jumped in like 3-4 years.
I put solar panels on a roof for a guy in Vietnam. They had 800.
That's nothing.
I'm moving with a hostage.
I know, but I know people that have over 8,000 jumps.
Yeah, but this is in the military. And like,
I'm not talking about military. I'm talking about people that literally do fucking.
The hostage has been rescued. All right.
Got the knife.
No, I know a lot of the people that I used to go skydiving with had like 3,000 to 5,000 plus jumps.
Yeah, that's what I think Nolly was telling me that a tournament like he went in and gave like different people different hacks, like he'd give somebody aimbot and then somebody'd get like walls and whatever else is available in that game.
Yeah, one office, bro. One office.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire.
Yeah.
Grenade out.
Grenade out.
Laying down smoke.
what is this?
What? Ahmed, what the fuck?
Yeah, he ran through.
Oh.
Going through a cloud is crazy though.
Throwing flashbang. Decoys out.
Shit.
Ain't no way he missed all of his shots.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
M249 and again were the only ones that slow you down when you get hostage. Yep.
Let's give it to them, boys.
You know, I didn't ever play Office and CSGO because there's a
Yu-Gi-Oh! I didn't even know Yu-Gi-Oh! Had a game.
Throwing a grenade.
I used to watch me some Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day.
Grenade out.
Grenade out.
well, I don't know. I saw like
Smoke. Throwing fire. Decoys out.
Fuck! I thought that smoke had a few more seconds.
I'm on route with hostage.
Throwing smoke.
Nice.
Hey. Okay.
No, I've noticed so far that there's more cheaters in Premiere than like a competitor.
that is true. And
Significantly
I
more.
hate.
Let's make this right as rain.
I don't get Office 7 here. I really do not like the new fucking map break, so I wish it was bad. Bro, I don't know how he's not dead.
Grenade out.
It's not
Laying down smoke.
FM home. He's redoing the
Flashbang out.
Fountain.
Escorting the hostage. Throwing flashbang.
That guy's look sensitivity is like 90,000.
I hate how they changed Italy though. Bro, they fucking added that apartment shit. Yeah, they added that apartment shit where you... Yes, Italy.
Let's move out.
It's a... fuck you. No, it's Italy. Look at fucking,
Flashbang out. Throwing smoke.
Grenade. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire.
no, it's from the very beginning.
Smoke.
And then they switched it out for agency. They switched it out for...
Deploying decoy.
There's two of them in now. Dude, this guy is sus. Sniff check is absurd. The double one tap deeg. I think this is the worst I've ever beat somebody on this map. Like, this side of the map is supposed to be the harder side. One push.
Alright, hold on, I'm about to look it up.
Are you talking about the bar, the one with the house? Never mind, that was for Scouts and
Terrorists win.
That guy was playing pretty scared.
You talking about insurgents?
Let's move out.
That was what it was.
No, that was fun. Search 2 was super fun.
I like that. Oh, Italy, Malaysia.
Grenade out. Incendiary. Grenade out.
Thinking hard. I don't know.
Laying down smoke. Decoy.
Fuck off. Yeah, right, dude. You're gonna turn from the flash and then immediately look up and dome me.
Throwing smoke. Incendiary out.
Conference.
Flashbang.
I'm bringing the hostages out.
Counter-terrorists win. Shoot the piss out of them.
These guys are getting fucking absolutely wrecked.
I don't know, bro. The agency was like the only other hostage map in Italy.
Let's move.
Oh. Anubis?
Fuck off. That's that same guy. That guy's sus. I made no noise. Just gonna sit there and wait for me to peek out around the corner. Big sus.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
You talking about train?
I like train. I wish they would get rid of nuke or overpass and put train back in.
Let's go, let's go.
On the one side, you spawn next to the ocean. On the other side, like an alley.
That was Anubis.
No.
Yeah.
I know Anubis.
Or are you talking about the beach?
Let's throw a grenade.
Where it had like a really good to the bomb sites?
Yes.
I know which one you're talking
9 hits, bro.
Let's go. Smoke. Putting down the smoke. Molotov.
Check whose PC? What are you talking about, boy? What are you talking about, boy?
Too many angles for people to come in through, or you can open the door from the back alley. I hate it with the fucking path.
Window.
Grenade out.
He dropped.
Molotov.
Last one.
Terrorists win. We are the best.
Guys.
Very nice.
I played Tuscan maybe like 2 or 3 times. I hated every single time we played it, bro. Worst fucking map.
Forward. Smoke. I throw it flashback. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Smoke. I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing fire.
Oof.
I actually did not know that. I've never really played it other than CSGO.
I feel like you can't even see that light green reticle.
Counter-terrorists win.
Bro, why are these kids staying so fucking mad? It's literally been like a 5v4 this entire time, because I've kind of just been chilling.
We deal for no one. Smoke! I'm throwing fire. Grenade! Grenade out! Flashbang! Decoy! Terrorists win. I fear no man.
Guys.
You know what? How come they haven't come out with a 20-year coin yet? I haven't seen it. Anybody have it?
What of course.
Yes, it has. CS
No more talking. Now we fight!
Like so
Hard.
CS, whenever there was a his teammate got fucking. That's crazy.
Terrorists win.
Yay. The big spender.
Gotta light me.
All right. I'm going to get off, shower, and get ready for the gym, and then sadly work. I don't want to go to work. But I think it's the end of my week. Because it's Thursday. Yeah, it's Thursday. So when I'm done with my shift, it'll be Friday, which will be the beginning of my weekend. So that's good. But anyways,